We have various programs that are focused towards the whole MSMEs. Then we are also gender-centric and we focus on those that are mainly meant for women and youths. Some of the programs we have about 15 programs off the top of my head. We have some that are focused on those in agriculture, the textile and the likes of them. For example, we have the YSP, which is Women in Self-Employment Program, which is focusing on women that are working for themselves and trying to thrive. So we always try to identify all these businesses and look at how we can have a strategic partnership within the ecosystem and building sustainability. Thank you.
Some time ago, I was in Kigali and we were having a conversation and somebody said something that was quite very traumatic for me as a person. And he said there are two nations on earth that are very passionate about telling how bad that they are. And those nations are Nigeria and South Africa. So we tell it very serious energy. And what picture does this paint out there is that nothing good is happening here. And so people are not even willing to come around to say want to do business because the way the media is structured in Nigeria only tells the bad news. We have data about things that are not working. We have data about things that are so bad. But on the good side of the country, voices in Africa so that people all over the world can see what we're doing, see your visibility, support your project, and then of course you can also become a global champion.
You walk around, you see people doing great things, doing business, but if you ask them if they have their business registration, you discover that some of them do business for a long time, for some of them 10, 15 years, and they don't have business registration. Some of them, they don't have business accounts registered in the business name, or they operate these businesses practically in their own name, and this is part of the challenges that they face in accessing finance as another challenge. Because as part of the challenges that you occur when you don't have your business properly structured, access to finance also becomes a challenge for you, as you do not have credit history developed over time for people to make informed decisions on whether they want to partner with you or not. So these are part of the challenges that small businesses face in developing their businesses. Thank you.
What we have done is to actually connect financial access to digital inclusion, right? By providing the opportunity for SMEs based on, like Mr. Debbie mentioned something about credit score and same as well, based on their credit score, their record keeping, and their transaction history, to be able to access some types of funding. Right, so what about what I would have to mention? Right, so there's money that's accessible single digits, ranging from about 7% to 3%, starting from as low as 100,000 up to 5 million. And the best part about it is that this product initially is free to the SME. All they need to do is to register. It's called the device. They're able to establish their online presence. Photographers, barbers, small shop owners. There's no reason why they can't use technology, right, to actually formalize their business and be able to create that history, to be able to access funding that is available to them. By becoming more organized, more productive, and also more effective. So, as people in finance know, it's about following the money. Usually there is criteria that is set out, and this criteria, just like he said as well, it requires certain things like coming to the formal economy, right? Taxes, business name, having a bank account. I used to have a tailor that started from absolutely zero, right? He built his business such that he had like a bungalow in front and back, several staff. When you want to pay him money, he pays into his private account. Doesn't make any sense. And he's actually well spoken, better spoken than I am. So until SMEs can actually understand that it's about criteria, right? And it's not free money. They have to follow a process to meet these criteria. Then they continue to laugh. I've been in a session with the Marine Director here at Ogun State Stakeholders meeting where some of the SME associations are complaining to, I won't mention Development Bank Association, that you're saying you have 5 billion, you're saying you have 10 billion, but only 5 members have collected this money. And the representative told them that, look, there is criteria. Some of you know this criteria, you're not bothered. Some of you are just too disorganized. Some of you actually qualified, but you just don't want to put yourselves in a position where you can access this money.
But I would like you to tell us, there might be 5 business plans on the table.
Yeah.
What makes one better than the other? What are the key things as a lender that you look for?
So, like
Good business plan.
so that we mentioned financial discipline is one. I'm looking at your, for example, the requirement that you mentioned are part of the document that was submitted to me, and part of the business plan. But in reviewing all these documents, I'm looking at the financial discipline amongst all of them. Who amongst all of them is disciplined enough to, because it shows, as you are modeling this document, it shows the plan.
Discipline. Retaining funds or less expenditure?
No, it depends. For some businesses, it depends on the nature of business anyway. No one size fits all.
Correct, but
yes.
usually what are the things? It's just different sectors.
Like generally, you look at how you leverage expenses, right? What do you spend your money on? Basically, it shows in the business how you expend from your business. Do you use it to solve personal problems as against destroying family businesses?
I think content they say today is king in the media. What we're doing today is that nobody is creating content for you, you're actually creating your own content. Take for example, you produce granite and you're showing on your mobile phone, for example, the process that you take to produce this granite as it comes to the market, and people are looking at it and they say, oh, how hygienic that you are. They're not just buying something, because you also find it. Because there are too many narratives in the social media, for example, today, people believe that there are some certain things that want to buy chips on the road and say, oh, they are using chemical to produce it. Now, this discourages a lot of people from participating. But if you create content to show, for example, from your oil, how it's genuine.
Social media.
Social media, yes, of course.
Putting together
yes,
professional to do it, or it's something that they can do, or there are courses.
Of course, the mobile phone is a television house today, really. So you may not even name a media house, for example, and you put them together on either your Instagram or your Facebook, and the word can say it, and it gets viral, especially when the story that you are telling is so touching and has a human angle to it. And what I'm saying is that yes, for those who are big, yes, you can have somebody who is your media strategist, is going to help you design content and invest so much on it. But as a small business, you can actually create your content with your mobile phone. And most of the content that you see today that actually go viral are done on mobile phone, not on the big cameras that, of course, the medias are carrying. But what we can only do is to validate some of all this story when we also give you the platform to tell the story. And then, of course, we help you distribute to wider audiences. There are a lot of platforms, there are a lot of softwares that are available today in the space. Some of them are free, some of the lessons you can actually get. For example, if you download a Canva, for example, on your phone, it can help you aggregate your photos, your videos within your phone and produce a content. There are AI-powered tools today you find on the app. Before now, when, of course, as a radio station, you want to produce your ident, you need somebody to come voice from you. Today, there are AIs who does that free for you. And those facilities are available, and of course, businesses can leverage it to actually tell their story.
Okay, so how you now is helping small businesses today? We're doing it in 4 ways. The very first thing is we're helping businesses manage their transactions. And I talked about efficiency in the first place, right? We are managing transactions by ensuring efficiency, automating certain things that you need to do, so that small businesses can focus on producing whether your product or creating your design as a service provider. As a result of those transactions, we are also using that to build credit profiles for small businesses. Credit profiling is a big issue in Nigeria and Africa today. Right? There was a publication outside recently that the CBN have confirmed that businesses can now have transaction histories passed around with banks, which is a great thing because it has been a major problem till date. Right? So that's how we're solving that particular part. And another thing is we're providing financial insights. Please take note, I didn't say data. Data is the raw form, right? Like I give an example within the team. I say data is your logo, your pepper. Insight is the soup, right? It's the useful form of it, right? Because a lot of businesses have a lot of data, right? But they don't know how to make use of it. So we provide financial insights that you can actually use to make data-driven decisions to achieve continued success. And the last thing is, which we know is super important for businesses, is investment opportunities, right? How do people access investment opportunities? Because a lot of small businesses have stash cash that they're not using. Now, bordering on efficiency, how do they make efficient use of money that they're not using to run their business daily? And I'll border on one more thing, which is payments I talked about. So, in the digital world of today, security is a major issue. And how we're solving that is by ensuring that people or businesses have seamless and secure transactions every day. We have stuff like escrow. I'm sure a number of us must have heard of it. And escrow basically means that there is a middleman that collects the money when two people want to transact. Then after the transaction is done, we pass it to who's supposed to receive it. And as a result of that, we've had a lot of satisfied businesses growing daily based on that.
MSME is the issue of accessibility to finance. And one of our flagship products, which I think I need to talk about here, is a product that actually helps to support, micro and small scale business owner to be able to repay a loan. Giving them, some kind of guarantee or support, through microfinance bank, microfinance institution, cooperative society, and all of that. I sometimes wonder each time I listen to institutions that are doing lending, talking about collateral. They are actually an insurance product that can actually help support an MSME to see them through the period of that loan and then able to repay their loan. And what we do therefore with that product is that we support lending institutions, we support cooperative society, all of these institutions are involved in lending, so that we can support them, provide some kind of insurance that can see the customer through the period of that loan and then able to help them repay in case they fall into any challenges and they do not have the ability to repay the loan. Our product also, like I said, earlier on, cut across virtually. Even a what's it called? A keke driver can actually have access to a full form of insurance. And then going to your question, one of the some of the major challenges, and I'm actually going to talk about just 3 of them. One of the major challenges, which of course, both from the supply and the demand side, is the issue of awareness. When you talk about awareness of insurance today, many people would say they don't know even micro, and that's why I started earlier on speaking about what microinsurance is actually all about. Awareness is still not, we have the fault, some of us who are the operator. Most of our strategy are, most times skewed to the above the line customer. I mean the literate and the major organization and all of that. I think we need to readdress our strategy to ensure that it also addresses some of those, the BTL, that's the below the line kinds of customer, where we have quite a number of MSME. And of course also the issue of public trust and negative perception is still very much there in insurance. A lot of people still, even though there have been a lot of improvement, a lot of people still feel insurance, they do not trust the insurance company to be able to pay to pay their claim. And I tell you, a lot of people have actually been made in that regard. There are regulatory supervision these days that ensures that when an insurance company takes your risk, they must fulfill the obligation of paying claim. And should they fail to do that, there are sanctions that goes with that. And then thirdly, the issue of God forbid. I know that's culture and of course religious belief. When you talk about most of the time when representative goes out to go and talk about insurance, the moment he mentions death or anything, or disability that could, be a form of insurance coverage, they say God forbid. So there are a lot of God forbid, and people most times do not want to actually listen to insurance companies. People pick the product before they stop them from having. I do believe that if we are able to address some of these things, if we have opportunity and the kind of collaboration that we do, especially with the like of Asborn, where we talk to their representative about insurance as we are doing today, many people will actually see the benefit of insurance and then be able to take on a product that will help them remain resilient and sustainable into the future. Thank you.
My apologies for coming late, but Lagos is very big. So, but I'm nevertheless delighted to be here, and all the more so, I'm happy that I also got here in time to listen to some of the very insightful dialogue on the just concluded panel. That was really very good. I'm here to deliver the Executive Governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu's speech, and goodwill and thank you, appreciative comments by the Special Advisor, Deputy Director General, Open State Investment Promotion and Facilitation Agency, and my dear sister, Ms. Shola Arubieke. Representatives of the commerce, representatives, obviously myself, my colleagues from the Ministry of Commerce, Industry, Trade and Investment, all here. Applaud them now. The Director General, Federal Research Institute Oshodi, FIRO, Mr. Lawal Adekunle. The President and convener here today of the Association of Small Businesses in Nigeria, ASBON, Dr. Femi Egbeshola. Representatives of governments here present, leaders of business membership organizations here present, esteemed members of the panel of discussion, distinguished guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. The acceptance speech by Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu. I am truly honored and humbled to accept the esteemed award for the most supportive governor for MSMEs in Nigeria from the Association of Small Business Owners of Nigeria, ASBON. I commend ASBON's leadership for their unwavering commitment to the MSME community and for tirelessly advocating for small businesses throughout our country. I dedicate this recognition to the hard-working people of Lagos State, especially our enterprising MSME community, whose resilience, creativity, and entrepreneurial spirit drive our economy. From the beginning of our administration, we've understood just how important micro, small, and medium enterprises are in fueling economic growth, creating jobs, sparking innovation, and alleviating poverty. To create a greater Lagos, it was clear, and it is clear, that empowering our MSMEs, the true engines of grassroots development, is essential. Our firm commitment to supporting small businesses is evident in our policies and initiatives, which include expanding the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, LSTEF, providing billions of naira in loans and grants to MSMEs across various sectors, making it easier for them to access affordable funding and grow their businesses, launching the post-COVID-19 Lagos MSME Recovery Fund, which delivered essential relief to businesses hit hard by the pandemic, investing in enterprise hubs, business clinics, and industrial parks to foster environments where businesses can really flourish. Strengthening market access through initiatives like the Lagos State MSME Trade Fairs, the MSME Digital Marketplace, and forming strategic partnerships with private sector players. Facilitating capacity building training and mentorship programs in collaboration with local and international partners, helping MSME operators gain the skills they need for the digitized world. Inaugurating the Lagos State Council on MSMEs to create a coordinated platform for policy development, advocacy, and support for small businesses. Simplifying the business registration process and introducing tax relief measures to lighten financial burdens, particularly during these economic times. Over the past 4 years, through the Micro Enterprise Support Initiative MESI, we have empowered more than 11,000 startup businesses, particularly focusing on vulnerable groups, women and graduates from our skills acquisition centers. Our goal in Lagos State is to tackle poverty, is to boost wealth, and to help ease the economic challenges faced by the people of Lagos State. What is most important is that we are committed to listening, to engaging directly with MSMEs in order to truly understand their challenges and work collectively to create sustainable, impactful solutions. I want to assure you that we will ensure a business-friendly atmosphere, investing in infrastructure, encouraging innovation, and promoting inclusivity, making sure that every small business in Lagos has the chance to flourish. So let me take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude once again to Asborn for this recognition. Your commitment to celebrating excellence in entrepreneurship is truly admirable. To all, yes please, let's applaud it. To all MSME operators in Lagos State, your contributions are appreciated and your government is firmly behind you. Let us keep working towards building a greater Lagos, one that is competitive on a global scale, economically thriving and socially inclusive. Thank you all, and God bless you. Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo.
Yes, kindly put the award. Please come on, come on. Will you 7 up to mix and go yes or yes? Yes. Now let them know so that they can continue to. All right, please take the award to Her Excellency, and she will do us the honors of presenting.
I'm incredibly delighted on behalf of the Nigerian National to present to you, on behalf of ASMOR, the Nigerian National SME Business Awards. You are the winner of the SME Impact Leader Award, SME Man of the Year Award. I'm delighted to present to you Mr. Siad Madu, the Managing Director of Seminole Public Company.
Please look at the camera. And so, the next award.
The mic, I will not let it go, by the way. Madam, thank you very much for the award. It's a great honor for me to receive it, especially from you on behalf of Mr. Governor. It's a great honor. Thank you very much. Together we make a better Lagos.
For Mr. Governor, as the SME-friendly Governor, and this award will be jointly presented by our own Shola Obieke. Please come up, and Dr. Femi Egbe-Shola presenting this award to Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, SME Most Friendly Governor of the year 2025. Let's celebrate that.
Nigerian National SME Business Awards for 2025 to His Excellency, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu as the SME Most Friendly Governor of the year 2025.
Okay.
Of the Year for Business-Friendly Reforms under the Nigerian National SME Business Awards 2025. Can you give it up to the winner?
of the entire, because you know, as they say, it takes many people to make a village, and it's actually a team award. So these are the Director of Commerce and the Deputy Director of Commerce, and we all work together. So it's actually our award. Thank you all very, very much indeed. Thank you.
I present to you this award as the SME Most Supported State Ministry of the Year. Big congratulations.
The Executive Governor of Ogun State, for the award of the Best Governor in Enterprise and Investment Promotion in Nigeria.
We also enjoy this award from the state.
So it's an honor to present to you SME Hero in Public Service, the winner is Shola Amiyeke.
State's Investment Promotion and Facilitation Agency.
On behalf of the Nigerian National SME Business Award 2025, most supportive state commissioner for small business growth in Nigeria, the winner is Mr. Bola Emmanuel Sofela. Congratulations.
On behalf of the Nigerian National SME Business Award, year 2025, I'd like to present this SME Microinsurance Company of the Year Award to the winner, Oxy Microinsurance Company Limited. Congratulations.
On behalf of the National SME Business Award, the year 2025, we are presenting you SME-centric television station of the year 2025. Winner, of course, is Souq New Television. Congratulations.
On behalf of the National SME Business Awards, year 2025, the first SME Man of the Year. And the winner is Finance.
On behalf of ASRON, I present to you this Nigeria National SME Business Awards Year 2025 as the winner for Customer Choice Innovation in Business Management. Congratulations.
Are you a man of business in need of support? Visit www.asron.org and register for free under the Nano Free membership portal today.
Come join us and make a difference. Together, we can build a thriving future for Nigeria. So, to be part of the Asron Collective Impact Initiative, please call 091-191-69773 or send an email to asroncollectiveimpact@gmail.com.
Or donate to Fidelity Bank account 5600189903.
Let's join hands to empower dreams, build businesses, and transform Nigeria together. Your support, their growth, our future.
So that's it. Let's have the cake. Yeah, that's the cake stand. Let's be at the center here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. President asked me to give a 10-minute speech. I'm not very good at speeches, so I'll tell you a story. They introduced me as the MD of 7-Up Bottling Company, but I am the MD of 7-Up Bottling Company. I'm the chairman of the Food and Beverage Recycling Alliance, and I'm the founder of a company called SME Scale. When I meet people and they ask me and I tell them my titles, they say, how lucky you are. And I look them in the face and say, guys, I'm not lucky at all. This is not luck, this is determination, this is sweat, this is 24 hours work. Now why I'm telling you this story? Because I've been working very closely with SMEs for the last 2 years. And SMEs fit within 3 categories. The lucky SMEs, starting a company is so easy. Anyone can go tomorrow and start a company. The ones that work hard and smart and maybe a bit lucky, they scale up and grow very fast. The other ones, the second category of lucky SMEs are the ones that shut down. The third and worst category in my point of view, and please guys, what I will tell you now, you might not like it, but the worst category of SMEs are the SMEs that continue 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. Because we are like, SMEs are like human beings. We are born as babies, then we become children, then we become teenagers. I went in a coma for 1 year, not knowing what to do. I was on the shock. So I moved after that 1 year. I said, enough is enough, I have to do it. I started traveling and working in the worst countries in the world when it comes to safety. I don't know if anyone worked in Iraq after the American invasion. And people say Nigeria is unsafe. There, you have a probability of coming back home of 50% every day. I had to work 9 years, getting all my salary and paying to close my debts. And big thanks to Nigeria, the last year I came to Nigeria and I closed my last debt in Nigeria. So, if we look at that journey, when I closed my company, you all were much better than me. Nobody can debate that. But the moral of the story is, when we are determined to do things, when we do it the right way, the results will come. It took me 9 years to recover, and I made a promise to myself that I want to make people avoid that experience. How do I help people not go through this and go through nine years of suffering, and it wasn't suffering? Who better than Nigerians that I should give that back? I've been in Nigeria for the last 18 years. I never lasted in any other country more than 1 year to 2 years. I madly fell in love with Nigeria. Nigeria made me what I am. And this is what I said. I want to pay back to this country, and paying back in double-sided way. One way through the economy, as it was mentioned, because SMEs are the economy. And the second way is, how do I minimize the suffering of people? Companies that struggle, based on my experience, how can I pass on that experience? Based on that, we do every 10 days a one-day workshop for 100 SMEs, where I manage 90% of the time. I sit with them, I talk with them, I joke with them, we plan together. And I categorize them in 3 categories. 1/3 come to the workshop to chop food. What do I do? They just come to eat, leave, finish, they disappear. Another 1/3 or more come there, they want their business to grow, but they want to move all the problems to me so that I grow their business. It doesn't work that way. But there's a 10%, every session I have 5 to 10 SMEs that I feel they are determined to grow. They have a good idea, they have the passion. This is all what is needed for you to grow your business. Whatever people tell you, sometimes I get offended by SMEs telling me, I'm waiting for the grant from here or intervention. I say, why the heck, you are not beggars, guys. Without money, with small money, if you have a great idea, you will get the money. Whether from BOI or from a grant or from a bank. If you have a great idea, you can do it. So, the objective is not to make you better SMEs. The objective is to take you out of the SME space and go into the larger mega companies. You might say, yeah, this is the MD of the 7-Up, he can give us lots of grammar. But we have a 90% success rate with companies that are determined to succeed. A company called Mamalicious, I don't know who knows it here. They started with us a year ago with 20 million naira of revenue. Today they are making 2.2 billion naira. 2.2 billion naira. We have companies, small companies dealing with fufu, with gari. They are most interesting, but now they are repositioning all this and growing their business significantly. I'm not promoting SME scale up because it's not for profit. So all the attendance, anything is for free. People come, attend, we guide them, they can come meet with me anytime. Only one condition, they must be determined to go out of SME space within 6 months. And this is what we are aiming for. So if you have the idea, if you have the passion, you are welcome to join us. Nothing to be paid. So, just get out of the concept that you believe you are small. Believe you are big. And there are lots of people that will help you grow there, but you have to do it. People will be there to just help you and guide you. Thank you very much, guys. It was a pleasure.
Nano entrepreneurs makes about 85.5% of the total MSME ecosystem, meaning that we have 32.86 million MSMEs, but which are nano. And you begin to wonder, who are the nanos? Who do we refer to as nanos? These are small businesses, very small businesses, the solopreneurs that most often are being run by one person, one man, one woman, and then they hardly have to run. According to SMEA, their total turnover is always between 50,000
and 300,000 naira per annum. You can see they are indeed nano. This particular concept of part of the ecosystem are not registered. Many of them are structured. They do not have access to funding, and they find it difficult to scale. So for us, we believe that for the country to succeed, it is important for every one of us in the ecosystem to focus more on the nano part of the ecosystem. And that's what we have done in ASCO. We decided that we are focusing on nano, and we take it as a decision, a strategic decision from January this year. We've been able to go to a number of markets, and what we do when we go to this market is to identify these nano entrepreneurs, see how we can uphold them. We also provide them funding, we have provided mentoring, and we support their business to scale. We also ensure that their businesses are insured. So we are now working with Moxie Microfinance, Microinsurance, to ensure that they are insured in case of shocks. This will help them to sustain their business and to be able to grow and scale. Between January and now, we've been able to impact 287 different nanopreneurs. Today we invited about 10 of them to come from different sections, from Yanopaja, from Opa, from Ikeja, from Shomolu and the rest. Can you please stand up for recognition, our nanos? Can you stand up for recognition? Can we put our hands together for them? Thank you so much for coming. Yes, thank you so much for coming. But the question is, can we do this alone? The answer is a capital no. It's a project we cannot do alone. We want to continue to ensure that they get the support they need. And for that to be sustained, we need government to support us. We need corporate organizations like yours to support us. We need individuals to support us. There are so many platforms that we can use to support us to keep the initiative rolling. One of such is identifying those nanos in your area and deciding to impact them through us. Could it be that there are some other people in your church, in your mosque, in your street, or all of that, and you feel that there is need to raise them up, lift them up? Why don't you partner with Hasbro and see how we can support this? I told you I'm not going to be spending more than 3 minutes, so I'm going to watch this video. It's less than a minute. Can we have the video? We're going to watch the video less than a minute, and I will be off here. Thank you for your listening and attention. We're going to cut a cake to officially launch the Nano initiative right after the video. I am sure that with your permission, we will request that the commissioner help us to take pictures after the cutting of the cake. Can we have the cake on the stage, please?
The DJ representative, please join us. Thank you.
All right, we'll be very fast. I would like to, first and foremost, can we give Asbon an outstanding round of applause? This was an incredibly impactful initiative and one that actually affects the masses. And for that I commend you. And that's one of the reasons I stayed, because I was listening to what you were saying. And quite frankly, this is the core mandate of the Ministry of Commerce, Cooperatives, Trade and Investment. So on that note, and on behalf of all of everyone here on the stage here today, I will say, and may everyone, every business, I like that term, I'm going to be using it, solopreneur, continue to thrive and evolve into an entrepreneur. And on that note, can I say, after 3, shall we say after 3? Can we all say Asbon? On that note, or after 3, can we all shout? I haven't said 3 yet. 1, 2, 3.
interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical raw material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a Global Future Market Insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged as a cornerstone of the clean energy transition, driven by the skyrocketing demand for lithium-ion batteries. The surge in lithium demand is driven largely by the electric vehicles market, which accounted for over 70% of the global lithium consumption in 2024, according to an Iranian-based research firm. With countries such as the United States, China, and members of the European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government, indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential. As Nigeria diversifies its economy into other sectors, the lithium industry offers hope and expectation that this sector would earn more revenue for the country. Nigeria should not just watch with folded arms, but must strive with the political will to develop and strengthen the country's vast lithium reserves.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA.
Hello and welcome to the Midday News on Souq News Television, where we bring you stories from across the world. I am Grace Komolafe. We'll begin with a key story where President Bola Tinubu will on Tuesday inaugurate the National Disaster Relief Fund Committee at the Presidential Villa in Abuja. The committee, to be chaired by businessman and philanthropist Tony Elumelu, is tasked with creating a coordinated national response system for disaster management and climate resilience. The fund aims to bring together both public and private sector contributions, acting as a central pool for Nigeria's emergency relief efforts and supporting the work of agencies like National Emergency Management Agency of Nigeria, NEMA. President Tinubu had named Elumelu as chairman of the fund back in September during a Federal Executive Council meeting. Members of the new committee include the chairman of the Nigeria Governors Forum and key ministers from health, budget and economic planning, environment, aviation, water resources, as well as the Director General of NEMA. The initiative is expected to strengthen Nigeria's preparedness for emergencies and enhance recovery efforts across the country. Away from that, the Dangote Petrochemical Refinery has quietly reduced the price of premium motor spirits, PMS, commonly known as petrol, to 825 naira per litre for its customers. This comes after a 10 naira rebate was introduced for marketers upon successful loading of products from the refinery, with the official ex-gantry price still set at 835 naira per litre. Sources revealed that marketers are paying 835 naira per litre but are reimbursed 10 naira after evacuation, enabling them to retail the product at a lower price range of 830 naira to 8530 naira per litre. This follows two price cuts last month, which saw the gantry price dropped by 45 naira from 880 naira to 835 naira per litre. And now, Nigeria's Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, has elected a new president, Professor Chris Pimuwa, a consultant, psychiatrist, and Dean of Student Affairs at the University of Jos, will now lead the union. He was elected at the union's 23rd National Delegates Congress held in Benin, defeating Professor Amadou Babayo of Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University. Piwuna succeeds Professor Victor Osodeke, who held the position during several high-profile negotiations between ASU and the federal government. The new leadership comes as discussions continue over the disbursement of 50 billion naira in end academic allowances recently approved by President Bola Tinubu. There are concerns within the academic community about how the funds will be shared, along with ongoing issues of brain drain and staff welfare in public universities. Observers say ASU's next step under Professor Piwuna's leadership will be crucial in determining the stability of the academic calendar across Nigerian universities. Moving on to another story, the Joint Admission and Matriculation Board is currently investigating complaints over the 2025 UTME results, which have sparked concerns in parts of the country. The board described the complaints as unusual and said they are mostly coming from a few states. In response, JAMB says it is accelerating its annual post-exam review process to ensure transparency and address any technical issues. Spokesperson Fabian Benjamin explained that the review covers registration, examination, and result release. He noted that any technical glitch affecting candidates during the exam phase is usually addressed by rescheduling their tests. To ensure a thorough investigation, JAMB has involved external experts, including university vice-chancellors, assessment professionals, and members of the Computer Professionals Association of Nigeria. The board says if any fault is confirmed, appropriate remedial actions will be taken just as it has done in past cases. Away from Nigeria, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer has vowed to significantly reduce net migration to Britain by 2029. This announcement made on Monday comes as immigration remains a hot-button issue, particularly after Brexit. Starmer stated that without clear rules, Britain risks becoming an island of strangers. His plans include restricting skilled workers' visas to graduate-level applicants, preventing care sector firms from hiring abroad, and increasing local workforce training. Also, the settlement and citizenship process will be extended from 5 years to 10, though highly skilled workers like doctors and engineers will be fast-tracked. Starmer also announced tougher English language requirements for adult dependents. Despite concerns from businesses that these measures could harm growth, Starmer argued that high immigration had not led to economic prosperity in the past and that this shift is necessary to protect the nation's future. And now to the United States, U.S. President Donald Trump says he will sign a sweeping executive order to cut prescription drugs prices by as much as 80% in a move he calls one of the most consequential in the nation's history. The announcement was made Sunday via his social media platform, where President Trump revealed that the order would tie U.S. drug prices to those paid in other wealthy countries, using what's known as most favored nation pricing. Trump is expected to sign the order later today at the White House. He said the goal is to make medications more affordable for Americans, as the U.S. currently pays significantly more for many prescription drugs compared to other developing countries. This isn't the president's first attempt to reform drug pricing. A similar plan during his previous term faced legal and political challenges, but with drugs costs still a top concern for many Americans, Trump says the time to act is now. Industry response is expected to be critical, with pharmaceutical companies likely to resist the pricing overhaul. The president has also blamed opposition lawmakers for delaying efforts to make life-saving drugs more affordable. And that's it on the Midday News on Souq News Television. Many thanks for watching. Do not forget to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souq News Television. Souq Business Landscape comes your way in a bit. I am Grace Komalafe. Please stay tuned.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, Celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music and arts, Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos, for both local and tourist people alike. A place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported bricks. It was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison. People such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imodu, and Obafemi Awolowo. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history within its walls. In the museum, where there are pictures and artifacts. Some of the old prison facilities have been converted into leisure facilities that people visit and enjoy today.
human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ag Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ag Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ag Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ag Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guaranty Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ag Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today. It's not possible.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Aigboje Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Aige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Aige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's life. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Aigboje Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist, and just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. This is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, from works, done by masters like that. After a while, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, her works, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, I've got to focus on investments now.
He collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Aige Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Aige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Aige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Aige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Aiboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Aige Mokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed, we scaled some pretty high heights and so on. And in a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, you know. Those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ig Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Igboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointment as chairman. Igboje Ig Imokwede is back again. Ig Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Ig Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marse Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, Souq Enlightenment.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Souq Business Landscape, where we bring you stories that matter from Africa and beyond. I am Olubide Shukoya, and with me I have
John Rogers Chooks. Thank you for coming in and welcoming me once again.
You're welcome. And,
my name is Bayo Olaoye. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to be with you guys for today's session.
Thank you very much. All right, so we begin with the discovery of the illegal refinery in Anambra State, where Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, Anambra State Command, uncovered a massive illegal artisanal refinery and an unauthorized petrol station at White Junction in Kwele Azunaka in Oyi local government area. The discovery was made during a joint operation with the Nigerian Army and Navy, acting on credible intelligence. And from there, we move on to the proposed Nigeria First policy aimed at mandating government agencies to patronize locally made goods and services, which has now ignited a wave of debate within the business and policy circles. Critics warn that the current economic output and industrial capacity may not support such a policy. And on the foreign scene, U.S. President Donald Trump has announced plans to sign a significant executive order aimed at slashing prescription drugs and pharmaceutical prices in the United States. Trump has also criticized the long-standing issue of excessively high drug prices in America compared to other nations. These are some of the top stories right here on Souq Business Landscape. Now, over to you, Chooks. Which of the stories do you think is the most interesting?
Definitely the one that concerns us. The, in quote, unauthorized petrol stations and illegal refineries.
You know, I think to feel like we do not really have the actual amount or figure of how many refineries illegal refineries we have in Nigeria. It seems we keep discovering these illegal refineries every year in, year out. And what is the problem?
And that pervades, that situation or that trend pervades throughout the whole petroleum industry. Right now, I am not an expert on oil and gas, but Nigeria or the NNPC has not told us how many barrels of oil we sell every day. How much do we make from oil? It's as bad as that. So the data is missing, there's misinformation, there's disinformation, and there's no information at all. Now, it's a circus. You keep hearing about this illegal refineries, illegal whatever. And nothing is being done. If the national, whatever it is, the security people had intelligence before now, I'm talking about enforcement. I think enforcement is very slack in the petroleum industry. Tumpolo, and at the time they said it was Gani Adams that was manning our pipelines. Now they say it's Tumpolo. Yes. Between Tumpolo and Gani Adams, I don't see the difference. So I put the fault boldly on the doorstep of the NNPC.
Chooks, what do you think?
Are we gracing over this to come back to it?
Yes.
Just okay. For Baba took us to where we don't know where. He took us to an area that most people shy away from, and that's good. For me, I like towing the other route. Why term them illegal?
They are illegal because they do not have license.
No, the question we should ask, are they distilling?
Of course they are.
Are they really distilling products that are being used? If we tell ourselves some basic truth, there are some areas in this country that for over 4 or 5 years, they bought their petroleum products from these people that were cracking stuff. So what advantage and disadvantage can these people portend to us? That is where I'm looking at. Not just the legality or the illegality about it.
All right, so we'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll dive into the stories proper. Stay with us.
The National Theatre, Igomu, built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTAC 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Experts Troll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theater complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, Souq Enlightenment, Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marse Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Her historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, Souq Enlightenment.
Welcome back to Souq Business Landscape. The Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, Anambra State Command, has uncovered a massive illegal artisanal refinery, an unauthorized petrol station at Y Junction in Kwele, Azunaka in Oyi local government area. Now, the discovery was made during a joint operation with the Nigerian Army and Navy acting on credible intelligence. One suspect was arrested while others escaped, and items seized included 49 kegs of suspected adulterated diesel, 4 drums of petrol, and a pumping machine. State Commandant Maku Olatunde reiterated the Corps' commitment to eradicating illegal petroleum operations across the state, warning offenders to desist or face prosecution. He praised the cooperation with the Army and Navy, emphasizing that such synergy strengthens the fight against economic sabotage. Now, earlier on, when we went on a break, you were asking a very vital question. Is there crude oil in Anambra State? I think that's the first bone of contention we need to really trash. What do you think?
What do I think? Commercial quantity we've not been told. But Anambra still lies within that belt.
Okay.
That Imo River down to River Niger, crosses all the way through Imo State, Abia State, heading towards Port Harcourt. So it's possible that there is crude somewhere. For commercial quantity, we don't know. Or they've not told us yet.
Now, what I'm even worried about is the quality, because if there's an illegal refinery in Anambra State, they must have sent it out to different states. So the quality of what it is that is being sent out is what I'm even worried about. And we all know adulterated petrol destroys or spoils cars.
Okay, and let's look at it from this other angle. See, most times we look at things from the negative side of it. So it's very easy to put a stamp, illegality, illegality, illegality. Let me go back. Years back, before these phones became this sleek and beautiful, 90% of Nigerians were buying Chinese phones. Those phones that you could use as pressing iron, they had cooker, you could use them as, when they ring here, you know that somebody's phone is ringing. They allowed people to just create things. Now, there is nothing difficult in refining. It's just distillation. So now, why can't our own government standardize it? If these boys have been cooking, they've been cooking for a very long time. Very, very long time. Like I said before, there are regions in this country, they've been buying that particular product for a very long time. So why can't we look at possible ways of telling, okay, good, cook with this standard. If it's environmental impact, don't do this, don't do that. Are you going to be able to stop them from cooking? These are things we should also look at. By the time you stop one locality, another locality is cooking somewhere. We should look for how can we make it profit us and profit the people, and not just a big man business. Because the people that are being caught right now are the people down the ladder. The big people doing the cooking. To God be the glory.
All right.
Souq, what I want to emphasize is that there's corruption in that sector. And there's complicity with there's allegation that there is complicity between armed forces personnel and the indigenes there. Now, that is slackness. That is an indictment of our security forces. That's an indictment of the NNPC itself. It's an indictment of those who are supposed, the contractors, security contractors, who maintain these pipelines. It's an indictment because no refinery is working in Nigeria.
When you say no refinery, I mean government refineries?
Government refineries. The government refineries are, I mean, we keep on getting stories about the resuscitation of this, the resuscitation of that. The fact is that we have to come clean on the table. The NNPC has to come clean. How do we sanitize?
Do you think this is NNPC's fault? This illegal refinery is as a result of NNPC's?
Well, I may not be as knowledgeable as you will expect. Well, basically, that is what it means. That the NNPC, Nigeria National Petroleum Corporation, I think part of its mandate is to ensure that things like this don't happen and that we have an efficient and reliable monitoring of our pipelines.
You know, but if NNPC does not have, we are even told that they have a blending refinery, or if I'm correct, if they don't have a working refinery, how would they be able to regulate illegal refineries when they do not even have, I mean, it's like someone who doesn't know how to drive trying to regulate a driver. How is that even possible?
Then we put it back to the presidency, because the president is the Minister of Petroleum Resources.
Well, we don't have one.
We don't have one, so it's assumed that it's the presidency. So the presidency should now sit down and curtail this trend. If we cannot convert them into viable, sustainable outlets for the sale of crude oil, then we should be able to enforce that there are no leakages. We should be able to enforce that security personnel don't collaborate and cooperate with criminals in stealing our oil. Then there should be transparency within the NNPC, entire NNPC rank and file.
One of the major bans NNPC and other authorities are looking at is crude. Okay, they say crude theft, crude in the hands of unauthorized people, crude being processed in the hands of unauthorized people. Okay, good. Now, if we remove that crude theft or how they get it, we don't know whether they are the ones that are exploring, digging, mining, pushing it out, we don't know until NNPC or other agencies come to tell us. This question still asks, these people have been doing this. They have been distilling this product. They have been cooking and getting PMS and AGO, and for gas, maybe they run away from that. They just flay it. Kerosene in some places. Now, to what percentage is this standardized? To what percentage is this good? I will say this again. Some regions have used this product for years. So at this point in time, is it not time we look at ourselves and say, okay, good, let's be able to get these people and set them up properly? Instead of you just using firewood and some drums and some water coolant and some good firing, look for how to bunch and distill better. That way we will have product. Let's tell ourselves some basic truth. This is job for some people.
True.
It is their locality. If you block this end today, you don't know that community as well as they do. And they are the ones, it doesn't matter how much we spend on trying to protect the pipelines. If the community says this pipeline is not going to be safe, it will not be safe. Let's tell ourselves some basic truth. Because all it takes is one person to stagger into one place one day and open one particular place and walk away. So we need all these people on board. Community A, good and fine. This is what we can do. This is what you can do. Play your part, we'll play our part. Let's not look at each other as a criminal. This pipeline is going through your community. It should not be open for whatever reason. If you people are good in doing this, how can we come together and work modalities to make you work and make us work?
All right, thank you very much for that. So we'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll take more stories. Stay with us.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to watch, always watch Souq News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching Souq News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. Souq News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching Souq News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love you bad.
The growing interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical raw material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a Global Future Market Insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged as a cornerstone of the clean energy transition, driven by the skyrocketing demand for lithium-ion batteries. The surge in lithium demand demand is driven largely by the electric vehicles market, which accounted for over 70% of the global lithium consumption in 2024, according to an Iranian-based research firm. With countries such as the United States, China, and members of the European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government, indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential. As Nigeria diversifies its economy into other sectors, the lithium industry offers hope and expectation that this sector would earn more revenue for the country. Nigeria should not just watch with folded arms, but must strive with the political will to develop and strengthen the country's vast lithium reserves.
When we talk about South Sudan, Africa's youngest nation, having gained independence in 2011, we often focus on its political journey or natural resources. But there's something else that holds deep generational value in South Sudanese lives, which is cows. In South Sudan, cows aren't just animals, they are everything. They are currency, they are status, they are identity. Among groups like the Dinka and Nuer, a man's wealth isn't measured in cash, it's counted in cows. Cows pay dowries, settle disputes, mark the birth of a child, and even the death of an elder. Boys grow up in cattle camps, learning not just to herd, but to lead. Songs are written about prize bulls. People name themselves after their cows. It's love, not ownership. And no, they don't eat them. Not casually. Cows are sacred. They are milked, admired, and even mourned. Only in rare ceremonies, funerals, farming, or great misfortune is a cow killed for food. To eat one is to part with a piece of your soul. I'm Moyosore Adibi for Just Africa, only on Souq News TV.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marse Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Her historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, Souq Enlightenment.
Elon Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
Welcome back to Souq Business Landscape. I also have two other guests. I have Onyi Priye and also Dr. Idahosa. So earlier on, Onyi Priye, we were discussing about the illegal refinery that was discovered by Joint Military Operations, the NSCDC, the Nigerian Navy, and military. They discovered an illegal refinery in Anambra State, Oyi local government to be precise. And Souq and I were just discussing. He was talking about how to legalize this refinery, and I was saying, what is the quality of what is being distilled out of this illegal refinery? What's your take?
Okay, first of all, I remember myself, Souq, including Dr. Idahosa, and we've entertained this conversation before, and somehow, whenever I begin to think that whenever the security agencies, the joint forces, and with the several nomenclature they go by, whenever they want to prove a point, or maybe like tell the government of the day that we are doing something tangible and we are working, there will be a report of a discovery of an illegal refinery somewhere in the Niger Delta or in Bayelsa State or in the Creek. It's a good thing. We are not saying that they shouldn't do that or they should not publicize it whenever they discover one. That it has becoming, it's sounding like a broken record. Now, let me take you back to the former Labour leader and the current senator sitting in the Nigerian Senate, Adams Oshomole, who is from Edo State. And they were having a panel and a meeting whereby he was speaking extensively about raw materials and the discovery of oil and how the government has put security checks in place in the Niger Delta to make sure that illegal oil stealing and illegal oil refining is an activity that is completely brought to stop. Take us to Zamfara State or take us to the northern part of the country, most especially in Kogi State. I just saw a video clip about Kogi State, somewhere where it exists, where only few people have access to that place. You could see several SUVs parked in the compound. You could see a plane, a runway, an airstrip, right in the middle of nowhere in Kogi State. And it's not far-fetched. Why? Because Kogi State, if experts are talking to you, they are telling you that Kogi State houses most of Nigeria's raw materials, solid minerals in Kogi State. So the rich and the elite who have access knowledge, who have privy knowledge and access to these things, put facilities in place that they trade in these things. And when they trade in, does it come to the coffers of the government? I bet you no. Because these are illegal private dealings. We want to say, let the government, enough of this discovery of illegal refineries and all of that. Obasanjo, in his own term, wanted to bring in these boys into the frame of things of government in doing biddings. And of course, he succeeded in doing one, which is where Mr. Governor Ekpumpolo Tompolo is now in charge of securing the pipelines in the Niger Delta himself, Tantita Oil and Tantita Security and others. Can we replicate same so that we do not have Nigerians who are partnering foreigners to cut away Nigeria's gold, Nigeria's uranium, Nigeria's silver, and other solid minerals in the country? Because as they go, they leave without we adding value to it, and they come back in trinkets and in gold, which we buy. And that is not good for business.
Thank you.
So enough of this.
Dr. Daosa, I think till now we can all agree that we still do not know how much barrels per day is being produced in Nigeria. And for us to be able to even nip this oil illegal refinery in the bud, we need to actually know how much we're producing, how much is Nigeria making per day. Do you think this particularly falls on the NNPC, or should we say the whole entire president, the president of the country? Who is to blame?
Well, I don't think we don't know how much of crude oil we drill in a day. If we say that, it means that we're not sincere with ourselves. So I think what we should be talking about is how much of what is produced that is declared. There are two conversations. Are we declaring everything that is produced? Or there are some part of that that is drilled daily that is set aside from some specific stakeholders that are not captured by the data of government. So I don't think we are daft as a people not to know how much of the crude that we drill. It's just like you have, even in terms of our tax. And some people say, oh, some people don't pay tax. Government don't know where. Government knows where every taxpayer is. And they visit every site. But the question is that most of these taxes that are collected really don't get to the coffers of government. Because you have some local agents who are stakeholders that take some fraction of what is collected and then remit what they feel should be what gets to government. So that's a conversation that we must look at. And this is because of, again, the moral ineptitude in our place. But coming to talk about the issue of, and I think it's a misnomer to even call them in the first place illegal refineries, because they are not refinery in the first place. And I think that must be isolated. A lot of people are doing bunkering with steel crude, and they have drums inside the bush that they are using boiling this, and they sell a keg of diesel to people, and they can't even get to the cleanest part of petrol at the end of the day because they're just using ordinary fire to boil this crude, and then they sift it out like palm oil. So this is a problem that has come to stay with us because, like they say, you see, if you have sugar here now, you have invited ants. The day, of course, oil was discovered in Anambra State, over 50 billion barrels of oil on the underground in Anambra State, with capacity to produce 55,000 barrels daily, 15 oil wells in Anambra State. So you know that these activities are going to happen. And why are these activities happening? It's because government has not been, over time, to actually create an environment where people feel that they belong to the government. And I think that is the bigger problem and the bigger picture. Probably part of the thing that Adam Soshomole was speaking to. So oil is found in my place. You know, there's this popular kind of conclusion that was reached during the Abacha days, that when Tom Polo and Asari Dokubo, they were all moved to go do 1 million man march for Abacha in Abuja. And they saw the miracles that the oil wealth was doing that actually pushed them to the creek. That narrative has been there for quite a while. And that's because the people who are supposed to be benefiting royalty from this resource, they don't actually get. And so it's like the case of the children of Eli in the Bible. They call him Hophni and Phinehas. So it's either you give us or we take it by force. And I think government will do well to see how they can begin to give the due to society, because these people suffer a lot. And then, of course, you are drilling this oil, the lands are becoming unfertile, the flaring of the oil and the rest of it is making agricultural difficult in those environments, and so the people are paying indirectly for it. So government must look for a way to compensate. And if this compensation is coming regularly from government to these people, then the people can be the real adequate security against this vandalism and illegal kind of refining that is going on in the space. But I don't differ away from what Priya said. You see, sometimes when we get people apprehended, is that maybe the settlement didn't happen very well. And it's not that we really don't know that these things have been there all this while.
All right, so you said calling it an illegal refinery is not the right word. And Chooks here is of the opinion that what would it take for the federal government to support these small refineries? Do you agree with his opinion?
Well, I don't think they have the capacity. That's a big problem. You see, it's not
capacity to refine for...
To refine, yeah. For local consumption, they don't think. You see, but again, government has actually made those ways.
Cooking is cooking.
Wait, government has made those ways happen.
Okay.
Take, for example, in Delta State alone, which is just a stone throw away from Anambra State. You have over 4 or 5 modular licenses.
Can a poor man apply for a license?
You see, everybody cannot see the fact that people are doing what is illegal.
Can a community apply for a license?
No, but the truth of the matter is that they may not be able to apply for it. But you see, the issue is this. Anybody can take a needle and choke on your body and draw out blood.
Yes,
does it make him a doctor?
Let's also know that, yes.
It doesn't make him a doctor, but the process of making this guy...
PMS is just fractional distillation.
No, just wait.
It's not difficult.
Yeah, these guys we're talking about, they don't understand what fractional distillation is. What they're simply doing is that they get access to crude. They have drums. They have drums, these drums. They pour the crude. Just the way they boil palm oil. And they pour it and they sieve it. The other one, they throw it away. And which, of course, are destroying and damaging the environment. This is what, that is not refining. Because there is so much inside the crude that needs to be sieved for other uses. These are all waste products because we don't have that technology. The government has established, what do they call it? University for Petroleum, where these people can actually learn if they want to. I've known a couple of boys who were doing bunkering. They don't have what it takes. Okay. All they are simply doing is that they can break into where this thing is coming from and take it and go to boil, and then, of course, they sieve what they can sieve, and the other one, they throw it away, which is a waste of natural asset. Now, even if you say, for example, government is going to declare what they called amnesty in that area and say, come, we want to harness you, I can bet you, Chooks, that these same boys, they will not come out. The reason is simple. Because they don't want to earn small money. That's the problem. So it's not as if that efforts are not being made. There were times that NDDC had to ask for amnesty, and a lot of them were packed together, and some taken overseas to even be trained on this art. Many of them ran away because they don't want to do something that is legal, because that takes a process to bring money to the table. This one that they can do, and tomorrow they get money, make more sense to them. But that's a danger to the environment.
I 100% agree with you on environmental issues.
The impact on the environment and the people that lives in there matters a great deal.
But let's also get this. Distilling crude is not rocket science.
Is it rocket science?
It's not. You don't need a built Dangote refinery to distill crude. Dangote is doing that because of the amount and quantity and product he's trying to get.
If
I'm not trying to justify them, I don't know if you understand. I'm not trying to justify them.
No. You are oversimplifying these things.
Because it is not
because
difficult.
You don't have the technology.
You don't need that technology, sir. Please, you don't. The truth of the matter is, during the civil war, was crude not distilled in Biafra?
The same process they are doing.
Hold on.
See, look at it.
No, let's be basic. It is not the white man's paper or white man's distillation that gives you the product of a refinery.
No.
The
you are very wrong.
The technical know-how is more important.
They don't have it.
They do.
They don't have it.
They definitely do.
They don't.
They don't have the technology?
They don't have the technology.
They
don't have the expertise.
Have they been selling PMS for a while?
They don't sell PMS.
Yes, they do.
No.
Yes, they do.
They don't sell PMS.
Yes, they do.
No.
I would like
to
come in
here. But they
here.
cannot even get to PMS because they cannot do PMS.
I think I can come in here. During, I think, the Buhari's administration, PMS was imported to this country, and it was adulterated. And the institutions who had the license to import PMS into the country that should be vetted by different institutions who have that relevant authority vetted these products, and they brought them into the country, and it was adulterated. A lot of engines of Nigerian car owners went off.
Yes.
In fact, it was so viral, going for a report to do that, that no heads roll. If these Nigerians from the creek have been distilling and be refining crude, and we've not had that kind of danger or we've not had that kind of disaster that was nationwide, then I think they are doing a good job compared to the one that was imported by the authorities during that time.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying to you.
So if we did
These
that,
guys don't do petrol. They don't deal petrol. They can't get to that boiling point of petrol. They're using ordinary fire. See, leave this conversation.
Doctor, do you know why I said that?
Yes.
Because I am from that place. People talk to me.
They don't do petrol.
They do.
No.
They do.
They don't do petrol.
People talk to me from Delta State. People talk, even the Biafra that Chooks referred to, where this saying of the Biafrans, some of the Biafrans who who flew an airplane from Nigeria to one other African country. I think you are well familiar with the story as well. They engineered the whole process, including the fuel that was used to fuel that plane. And when they landed in their destination, they were arrested. And the question was that we don't think you people have the technical know-how, the technology, or the knowledge to be able to fly a plane, let alone refuel or distill fuel to get to that level where you could have jet fuel to fly this plane. I think these technologies, whichever way these boys are doing it, they've been doing it for quite a while.
You see the argument that you guys make that look quite simplistic. Probably we were not all grown up to have seen what happened. Did you ever imagine the role of F, an all-French company, in Nigerian Civil War? Did you realize their part they play in that Civil War?
Let's leave.
Let's
leave the Civil War and dwell on the technology.
Yes, it's the thing we're talking about. But I'm telling you that technology wasn't there. But what I'm saying to you is simple. See, because you are making arguments and making it look as if it's simplistic. If these things are possible, what you are saying now, if these things are possible, this thing you are talking about, refining, is as simple as you think it is. We will not be studying it in the university. We will not be looking for experts. We are here.
We are are looking for experts because we have decided to give our brain a level and said, no, it's the white man that will tell us.
No, that is not true.
It is the truth.
It's not the truth.
We are looking for experts
No.
because we don't believe that the next black man is good enough to get it done.
No.
We are looking for experts because at a particular point in time, a particular region in this country preferred to go and get expatriates than employing his brothers from the south or his brothers from the west. It's open there. It's on the national dailies. We are still depending on experts because the white man has conditioned us over time that we are not good enough.
These have nothing to do with. It has nothing to do with the white man.
Okay.
It's just everything to do with your overrating of yourself.
No.
And that is
All right,
the
so
truth. You see, because
for
there are three little things you can think about.
Okay.
Small things. Small things we can think about. Not even the advanced science of petrol refining.
It's not advanced science.
It is.
It's not.
Okay.
It is.
It's not.
Even the University of Port Harcourt.
It's not advanced.
Even the University of Port Harcourt had at one time
Can I ask a question?
Don't ask a question. Yes, let me finish.
How do they cook kai kai in your village, sir?
How do they
I have to call it kai kai so that you understand. How do they cook kai kai in your village?
The same process. But you need to go to Paris and see how wine are made.
Those are two different. They make
and then, no. See, take this easy. Go and check it. How do they cook kai kai? They boil the natural palm wine.
Fermented palm wine.
They boil it in water.
Okay.
They boil it on the fire.
Okay.
It doesn't require anything.
Good.
And then they sift it, and then you start to drink it. Now those things
they don't just boil. They boil, and the vapor of alcohol that is coming is cooled and now drops into another container. It's the same fractional distillation. Now for crude is more volatile.
See, the day, this thing we're talking about. You see, because
our argument is that the government should look at them with a different light.
Because they don't even have a face in the first place. It's not even, they don't have a face.
Because you have termed them illegal.
No.
For how many years?
It is not
you
true.
You keep saying they are illegal.
In my community in Edo State, we've lost some brothers to this trade.
Definitely.
We lost them to this trade. And you go and see the havoc they are doing. It's not because they have the technology. What I'm saying to you is that don't overrate yourself on things you don't have. You see, they just said,
have we lost people cooking
my son studying chemistry can talk about fractional distillation. It cannot translate into refining of petrol.
Because the son
you just heard that.
Because the son was not taught well. I did not go to a school that would teach him well.
Yes, agreed. He didn't go to a good school. No problem about that. But what I'm saying to you is that you who is talking about fractional distillation, if they give you crude right now, you will not know what to do with it. And that is same with people. What I'm saying to you is that people are just exposing the life of their fellow citizens for their selfish interest. These guys are hidden in the bush and they are destroying the environment and they are doing illegal things.
So
and you are saying that government should recognize them.
One more thing. The first man that landed on the moon, the technology that took him to the moon is not up to this phone.
All right. So, Kumale, let me.
So why have you not go to the moon since that time?
I'm not talking about me. I'm just telling.
No, I'm talking about you now.
Let's be clear so that we know that
because we have brought the money here.
It's not that sophistication.
It is.
All right. So, Kumale, coming to you now.
Yes.
It is.
How can the government? Now we have illegal refinery. How can the government step in this time around so that if it's by way of support or education, like Prof. and Dr. Idahosa is saying, how can we encourage more refineries? Because that's the goal. More refineries, fuel in the economy, the price drops.
Okay.
How can we get
to be candid? We have to look at it from both sides and weigh it. Now, what I would like to make this point to let Doctor know that we are not supporting illegal activities.
Thank you.
What we are calling for is that, I know Doctor will say some of these boys will not want to submit themselves to authorities. That part is also true. So the thing is, government should go in on these boys. You must have, there's a process for you to lay yourself down and to make sure that you become not only good to you, to society, and to all of humanity, and point out the direction. And I'm sorry, the government just have to continue doing that. Even if some of them, I don't think 100 of them submitted themselves to government, they want to be trained in this project or in this trade, and 100 of them ran away. As many as subject themselves, as many as the government can retain back in the system to make sure that whatever technology they've brought to the table to be able to do whatever they do at this level must be harnessed, so that they do not just come out or end up being a liability or get to a point where they are a liability to society or they are a liability to the country. That is what the government needs to look at. Now, Chooks was asking a very important question. Can the poor man apply for a modular refinery license? No, he cannot. Can a community do that? No. There was a time I had suggested at times with that number that, look, our refineries are almost moribund. That was then, even before anything started coming up that we're picking up. What's wrong with the Delta State governor or the Delta State government in approaching the federal government for this? Can you give this to me?
Give us the license.
No, not the license. Give me the refinery. Because government was equally mooting the idea of selling these refineries. Of course, Nigerians are going to come out and say, no, we don't want our natural or our national assets sold. Can the Delta State government come out? Because to say, I'm going to take over it, if we are really deregulating the system, let me have a refinery that belongs to Delta. Can we say the River State government, the Anambra State government, if we have refineries or if they can build for themselves? Of course, it's right there in their states. By way of regulatory activities, by way of statute, they should have access. If illegal refiners, as they are called, we know they carry out, they go break up the pipeline to steal. But the government should be able to have a Delta State government or any of the governments from the South and oil producing states should be able to have access to it so they can operate their own refinery. If the government is looking at meeting the target, now it has moved from 1.5 or to 2 million, the target was 2.05 million, now it's 2.5 million. Can we attain that?
Yeah, but you see, talking about what government can do, you see, there are a whole lot of things that we talk about that can be quite very, very terrible as Nigerians. And I think this is what is getting us into it. We should be able to say crime is a crime, no matter who does it. No matter what excuse that a person has to commit an illegality, poverty cannot be the explanation. Because it's not only Nigeria people are poor. It's not only Nigeria there are crude. This thing don't happen in other countries. So when there is crime, and you seek to defend that, look, people have a right to commit crime, then you can begin to think in your head whether we are right as a people. This is a criminal act. And what people should be putting emphasis on is that government agency should not collaborate, cooperate with people who does these illicit acts. They should fish them out from whatever hole that they are and clean the system, because the society at large is paying hugely for this. Even what's his name? Asari Dokubo recently cried out in Port Harcourt the detrimental effect of these people on the environment.
Of which people?
The same people that are
quickly, but they are not the only ones. The government itself, by way of gas flaring, contributes.
They've done worse.
So they've done
worse.
What
people are saying is that the
oil spillage has done worse.
Leave the oil spillage.
All right,
but you see, the oil spillage is much more because of these insidious activities of these criminals. All right. And so we should be able to call them criminals.
Just once. We are not in support of criminality in any way. We are not. All what we are saying is, government, look at these people. Whether you call it amnesty, like he's suggesting, or whatever means, get them involved, get them working. Because let's always tell ourselves some basic facts. If they are not working, they will continue. And if we want to emulate other countries, if oil is seen in my village, it belongs to my village. But
Not in every country.
The major ones we are emulating.
No.
It should be like that.
I think that's a topic for another day.
For example, that happened in the US, but US is not the only oil. There's oil. There's oil in Kuwait. There's oil in Qatar. There's oil in
US.
No,
all right. Let's move on to the next. So let's move on to the next topic. We have a whole lot, 2 more topics to cover. This one has to do with the Buy Nigeria First policy, which was proposed some weeks back. Now, it's a very interesting topic. It says here, Nigerian government agencies are to prioritize locally made goods and services. Now, this has sparked debate among business and policy experts. Now, supporters believe that this first policy, Buy Nigeria First policy, will boost the economy. It will create jobs and encourage industrial growth, while critics says that this current challenges like poor infrastructure, high cost, and limited capacity may undermine the policy's success and affect service delivery. Let me start with Krumale. Now, critics are saying that we do not have the resources to actually create an enabling environment whereby we will be able to produce locally manufactured goods in Nigeria. Do you think this is possible? And how can the government bridge the gap? Because they are the ones that are saying, okay, let's buy Nigeria. Is there an enabling environment for this?
Okay, critics are saying there is no enabling environment.
Infrastructure.
Infrastructure-wise. And the responsibility for infrastructure provision or making the enabling environment or ecosystem available, it's on the shoulder of the government of the day. Buy Nigeria First. It's a conversation that we've had before, and I remember asking lots of questions to consider to be rhetorical. Recently, when Nigerians are high up against Oluwakemi Badenoch for our stance that, look, we are going to get criminals out of this country. We are going to make sure we tighten all the loopholes of the immigration law and immigration system. And she named quite a number of things that the lawyer spoke about this morning, was trying to highlight, and Nigerians were bashing her. And my question is, look, leave her alone. She's not trying to prevent Nigerians from coming over to that place. It is a system, and she mentioned quite some of the things that, look, this is a system that works. And she would not want that system to be, infiltrated or to be adulterated, that you're coming out of the country, you're bringing the lawlessness that holds sway in wherever you're coming from, and you want to come and make it the norm in the UK, and that will not stand as far as she's concerned as the leader of the Conservative Party. It stops at the buck of the government. You want us to buy Nigeria first? There are some of the projects, monumental projects in this current administration that did not go to Nigerian companies. Even before the reiteration of this law, it didn't go to Nigerian companies, it went to foreign companies. How many of the local companies, as far as building roads is concerned in this country, I know we want to bring up the argument of, do Nigerian companies, do they have the wherewithal, do they have the technology to build? The Singapore that we spoke about, they didn't have that technology before now. And some of the companies that built the infrastructure in those companies, I don't think they did it forever till currently as we speak. No, there was a change and an indirect way of handing over technology to the people of that country. Or probably Nigerian government should be radical enough to bring in some of these things that we purchase from abroad, which we all like machineries, into Nigeria. Not give it out to some of these our universities. Let the universities, through research and development, develop these things. The way they teach their students in the university. If we are going to do that, the government itself needs to show example by first of all, patronizing made in Nigerian products. We spoke extensively about the young, I don't want to call him a young man because I don't know how old he is, that the manufacture cars in Nigeria. His products. If we are, by 2027, there's going to be an election again. And people are going to come into the Senate, in the House of Reps. We are going to buy cars for them. Are they made in Nigeria? No. Do we have people who can do it in Nigeria? Yes. Are we going to support the made in Nigerian product government by showing example? You should. Because if you're not, I think you're just talking without action.
All right,
and
so
it will lead us nowhere.
Souq, coming to you, we know that, or let me not say we know, but there's this idea that Nigerians have a thirst for foreign goods. If you go to a market, they will tell you, this bag of rice is so amount, this bag of rice is 30,000, this one is 40,000. And if you ask, they will tell you, the 40,000 is foreign. And Nigerians, somehow, some of them, a good amount of them always want to go for that because they believe, maybe the belief is that the Nigerian one is counterfeit or low in standard. Let me use that word, low in standard. So how can we reframe our mindset? If we are going to be patronizing locally made, how can Nigerians themselves reframe our mindset? That means all of us will not be wearing suits, to start with.
Doc will come with his chief tights. Yes, the truth is this: no pain, no gain. We have over-westernized ourselves. Now, the truth is also this: is a market. And those that are producing and selling to us, they study not just the policy, they study the people, they study the market, they study your taste. And I can bet you that once this policy was read out, they were also preparing their comeback. I can 100% bet you on that. For this to work, we have to bear the pain. We definitely have to bear the pain, and that means every one of us. If we have to say to the borders, let's shut on this particular goods, or let's tariff on this particular goods, or let our people lose the taste they have on this particular goods, let's see if ours can get better, then we'll have to bear the pain. It's not going to be rosy. Let me give you an example. Everybody's buying Tata today. Tata was a no-go area. Even in India, the best they could do there were tractors. Everybody's buying Kia today. If they dash to Kia some years back, you will laugh. I still remember very well when Kia was 1 million for Picanto, and you buy one and get one free. I still remember very well in this country. People were not buying. But look at over time, the quality has changed. Same thing with electronics. But it takes people that will say, it's our own, we patronize it. But it also has to come from the top. You can't tell me not to go buy foreign rice, whereas you on the other side, you're doing the opposite. So if we all say as a people, let's bear the pain and grow our economy, then it will work.
All right, Doctor, coming to you. We all remembered when the debate about buying cars for the Senate sparked a whole lot of reactions. SUV vehicles to be purchased for most of our senators and all that. So how can, because we all have said it, that it must start from the top. How can the federal government lead by example? Whatever they are procuring, these SUVs, these entertainment, housing allowance and all, how can they lead by example? By patronizing locally, and not just patronizing, because we know that when it comes to procurement, they also have their brothers and sisters who would come and the contract will be awarded to them. How can we also follow due process?
I'm a very pragmatic person, and I follow my pragmatism. You see, all these theses that we are putting on the table, we will see them work at a point of implementation. Some years ago, on the TV, the Minister of Agriculture during the Jonathan regime came out and said, now Nigeria will be eating bread made from gari, cassava. And my mother-in-law, who was an illiterate, was sitting down by my side. And he asked me a very simple question that up to today, I have not been able to answer. The question was that, the government, have they made their farm? where the cassava is going to come from. And I said, I don't think. They say, I said, but you go to the village now, there's no cassava. So where are they going to see the cassava to make bread? She's an absolute illiterate. She didn't go to school. She can't speak English. But I thought such a policy was like a boost for the farmer. But it was not. Because the government has not studied the environment to actually know what the constraints are before that policy was written. Some people sit down in a cozy environment and they are writing policy for the people who are living in slums. They don't work. Things don't work that way. Yes, Nigeria First policy is good. That is, we have things that we are doing very well, and we can invest in those things and see how that the policy that is designed by government is not just to write it on paper, and there are actions that are also supporting some of all these things. Now, I think Souq needs to go find out from Korea what happened before Kia got to where it was. The volume of investment that was coming from government into production to perfect that technology. He needs to go to Singapore and see how did they grow over here? Who were they relying on to be able to get to where they are? We have the United Arab Emirates, which is a model. Everybody wants to be in the UAE. UAE don't produce anything, but they are just market for everything. And it has not stopped them from developing or becoming a better people. In short, as a matter of fact, there's no Nigeria that have the quality of life an Emirati will have. So the question is, what is this really value that we are looking up to? Is a question to ask in the first place. A friend of mine, God bless her soul, is dead now. There was a day we had this argument under Lord Jonathan said to me, you know what? I'm going to buy a Nigerian-made Jeep. I won't drive any Jeep made by Toyota or anything. And he invested in one. They brought it until he died. He couldn't drive it past one place. The part, even to replace it, was a major problem. It was like buying a new one. So he abandoned the car and went back to the Tokumbo he said he was not going to use before. You see, we can say a lot of things and say yes, but you see, you have to grow through stages and processes. China we are talking about today, up to today, Chinese government is still subsidizing production in China with a lot of money. And that was why last year you find that the whole of Europe and America were hugely against China, that they are over-subsidizing their factory. There's a whole lot of investment in research and development. Recently, Tim Cook was arguing that they don't go to China because the labor is cheap, but they go there because they have an army
infrastructure.
Science. Who can produce, how did they describe it? Not just cheap.
Machine tools.
Yes, machine tools. Engineers, that there are more in China. That in America you can gather them and put them in one room. In China, a stadium can be filled of people who have that capacity because the system has invested in some of these things. We have not gotten to that point.
Okay.
I was talking to somebody yesterday. We have our children who are doing technical education, who are studying chemical engineering, studying chemistry, physics. They don't have places to even do IT in the first place, to even learn the trade, which is the starting point. So you send your child to school and say, this guy is going to be studying petroleum engineering. And he finished all his year, he has not been to a refining environment to even know how these things work. We have children who have graduated as computer engineers that they have never opened a laptop before. So these are the things that we need to start to invest in first and foremost before we start to think about having to consume the things you want. I can tell you, Mr. Krumale, if a Nigerian table is put here and a Turkish table is put here, and you were to, they didn't tell you where any one of them come from, you won't miss word before you choose the one that's coming from Turkey. Okay.
So this is one thing I want to say. Doc spoke about the process of growth that Singapore and some other countries enjoy before they came to where they are today, when he was talking about Tata and making references. This innocent guy, I've seen his vehicles drive on the road. I'm sure the one that Doc was talking about that could not move from, I don't know who manufactured that one. If we give that one time too, maybe it will. Do you remember that when the banks were going under during the years of Jonathan and Lamido Sanusi? Lamido was the M of affairs in the Central Bank of Nigeria. How he came to the rescue of the banks. Now Nigeria, the nation is bleeding. We are in need of manufacturing hubs. We're in need of manufacturers. Are there people who cannot manufacture in the country? No, we have some of them who are doing that. Can the government come? Can there be a policy for these people, for them to generate? Can we emulate the China that we talked about? The US is complaining that, look, you are over-subsidizing. The US does not have any right to dictate to China
what it wants,
how they should subsidize production in their country. Can we emulate such? Because in the administration of Buhari, about 52, if not more, items, Buhari shut Nigerian borders to it and put them on a watch list that these products should not come into Nigeria. The current administration removed that ban.
The reason is simple.
No, that way there is no tenable reason.
Some of your people now who are now forming shadow governments, they all took those government loans from Buhari and never planted a grain of rice. Never.
At this point in time, I need your voice to be higher. you must hear them.
All these big boys that we are thinking about, because the whole idea was that government put money on the ground so that we can plant rice and then we don't need to import it.
Billions.
Billions. They took
rice is just one of it. Rice is just one of it.
But just use that one as your test case. This money was made available. These people who are now,
tomato paste was also part of it.
Those people now,
tomato paste was part of it.
They took the loan,
grandizing themselves as now people who understand how government should work, and they are forming parallel government and all this. They took this money. They took it, the loan. Today, we didn't see grain of rice from their bank.
Whose responsibility is it to get back this money from these people who took this loan?
You see,
this is another question. So the government cannot give excuse that look, we made an environment for these things to thrive.
It is that you have to understand, and I say this on a daily basis, it's easy for us to sit down here and...
It's easy for the Chinese government. It's easy for the Singaporean government.
This is the point. I make this clear on Friday on this table. The place of morality in the transformation of society, where you have people who you can vouch for, that when they say SYZ, and you're actually looking at SYZ. And we know how to, you see, the cheapest work in Nigeria is blackmail. And people know how to hire people to blackmail others and change narrative. This is the environment we all live in. And this is the greatest challenge that we all need to deal with. What I'm saying simply is that it's not as if government has not been putting money out there. All those money we talk for Empower, they were all released. So whether it actually empower anybody is a different ballgame altogether. And this is because the elite go ahead every other person to take advantage of the thing that is supposed to be for the commonwealth of everybody. And because all of us don't have the clothes to get to the public square, our voices are not heard. This is a problem the society is facing. So government is investing hugely. Now, when government invests hugely and they say, okay, this thing you didn't do well, they say, oh, it's because now you have changed to opposition. It's witch hunting. So we turn the narratives. So these are the problems that we must also understand that for me, really, It's until we deal with our consciences.
No.
Let's quickly go on a break. Let's quickly go on a short break. Let's quickly go on a short break. And
on this conscience issue?
Yes, on this conscience issue. So let's quickly go on a short break. And when we come back, we'll continue with the program. Stay with us.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome back. This is Souq Business Landscape. Now, move on to the last story for the day. Former U.S. President Donald Trump has announced to sign the executive order aimed at drastically reducing prescription prices in the United States by 30 to 80%, now citing unfair burden on American patients who pay significantly more than those in other countries. Now, President Trump blames pharmaceutical companies for inflating prices under the guise of research costs. Now, the order will implement a most favored nations policy, ensuring that Americans pay the lowest global rate for medications. Trump claims the move will save trillions and deliver long-sought reforms through Republican action. Let me start with you, Kumal. I don't always like making comparisons with the United States and America, but then again, we should have a model that we are trying to emulate. Looking at the cost of drugs in Nigeria, it is, but I am a witness. I remember last week I went to get some drugs. I had to tell the pharmacy that, look, this is the amount I have. Look for something within this budget. He gave me a budget of like 15,000, and I told him, look for something of like 10,000. And he said, okay, he would. This is what we are facing in Nigeria. How can, let's say, yes, let's say, how can the Nigerian government emulate this particular thing? Kumale.
You're looking at me.
Oh. No, this, how can Nigeria emulate this?
Yes.
We only
bold
move. Power and strength to make policies that the government itself cannot keep.
when the current administration was sworn into office, we did not get any of such of what Donald Trump is doing. What we got was subsidy is gone. That's what we got without adequate plans being made. And the benefit on Nigeria, they told us that the reason why we are removing subsidy, the reason why we are taking away what you are enjoying from you is so that you can enjoy. All right? So now, well, that means we are supposed to be paying.
Are you trying to confuse me?
No, that is the logic behind it. So now we are supposed to be paying.
Suffer now and enjoy later.
That is his trade.
So
suffer now and enjoy later.
So now we are now we took away the food from you because we want to give you more food. And since then, the tables of Nigerians are empty. See, there were times I spoke with some civil servants, and they themselves
When you're talking about this food, are you talking about the drug?
No. When I talk about food, I'm talking about, okay, I see the word subsidy as food.
Okay,
Then
can
because
we bring us back to the drug matter?
Okay, yes. I'm coming back to the drug. So the thing is, in Donald Trump, when he was look at that, because I read that, and look at the reasons that he gave that. Because I remember that in the eye of the storm during COVID-19, it was that even at war with some of the big pharmaceuticals. The Donald Trump.
Yes.
I remember him pushing some narrative that the pharmacy, in fact, it was
even during COVID-19.
Yes, he was calling out anti-Fauci and all of.
Yes.
So if we are going to,
and he was right.
Well. That's another
so
debate.
now in this, if we are fond of making comparisons with the United States, which is good because within the concept of comparative administration, we should be able to do that and to make sure we take the good parts that they do. So what policy are we looking at or putting in place or making proclamations that will work for the good of Nigerians and that will not be compromised in any form? It looks like anything that comes out from the government that is supposed to be for the good of Nigeria or for the good of the populace, it looks like there is excuse. The government will always give excuse why it cannot work out fine and why it cannot work out fine. Even the student loan, which is a very, very good initiative by this administration, because while he was campaigning for office, he mentioned it. No, because I'm not just only talking about medication now, because I've been visiting the hospitals these days, and the bills to buy medication has gone to thousands, 30,000 around, and I'm looking at them the way they are just telling you the medicine. No, the most expensive one that you are going to get that should have some amount of subsidy from the government pharmacy, those ones are not available in the government pharmacy. It is the one that is being sold for 1,500 naira, and that's the one that you have in government pharmacy and they give to you and they say, take, go and get this yourself. By the time you go to the pharmacy across the road and you present it to them, they're telling you this one is 10,000 naira, this one is 10,700 naira, and by the time they keep on mentioning all the medication, you calculate your bill and you wonder, this is not a good time to fall sick. Please.
There's never a good time.
So when the government makes policies for Nigerians, we should not give excuse when it starts going south. We should not give excuse. We should stand up. I wanted to make a reference point to the civil service. Someone who worked in the civil service told me that it's not that the government does not release money for these medications that needs to be bought and needs to be subsidized and sold in a subsidized way to Nigerians. But it's that the medical directors or the PAMSECs and some of these people occupying position in the civil service will scuttle, Dr. smiling profusely, they will scuttle the process. I know you want to say this is what I've been telling you about. It's not the doctor's fault. It's not the governor's fault. So whose responsibility do we have? Was it the Abia State governor? There was this state governor from the southeastern part of the country that went to visit some of these health centers where they were cutting away all the things he procured to be taken to public hospitals. And there are private vans there that are cutting them away. It went there unannounced, and it caught them red-handed in the process, cutting away that. Now, that's a governor who did that. Now, let's imagine the things that happened in the previous administration before this governor came into office and how they've scuttled the process. So, the EFCC, the ICPC, they should extend their dragnets, and it should go into the civil service, it should go into these ministries. Because if the government does not tell them to do that, the buck will stop on its table. And there is no excuse you can give to Nigerians like myself that, look, I voted 3 billion naira for this and there's nothing is coming forth. Who are you going to give? If you are the governor, you the president, you are giving an excuse. No, then I think there's confusion in the system.
I wish that Priye had opportunity to go see President Goodluck Jonathan to ask him how easy it was to separate goat from yam and plantain. Probably you will not be thinking the way you are thinking.
Okay, let me let them be on their side. Let's talk about the drug issue.
Yes. Souq, I was even going to come to you before you land. I remember, I'm not sure whether you saw this viral video of a man who lost his wife during pregnancy and all that because he could not give a certain amount, and it sparked a lot of reactions, and some people have said that sometimes these hospitals, they've been lenient enough to allow you, okay, they will treat the patient, they will do this, but when it comes to paying the bills, it becomes difficult, and they also run at a loss. What do you think?
Okay, now, for those of us here in Lagos, I'm not standing brief for anybody, but I'm talking out of experience. I'm not also trying to throw any form of advice for anybody. If you have a pregnant wife, register your wife in Lagos Hospital, a Lagos State Hospital. I will give you that advice for free. If you're close to anywhere on the island, then good and fine, go to the island maternities. If you have your child, go to, what's it called? There's one children's hospital here on the island. Now,
the Massey Children's Hospital.
Yeah, go to Massey Children's Hospital. Now, I'm saying this because of this. We are not omnipotent. We are not omnipotent. At a point in time, it's possible that you will run short of cash, but they will still treat you.
For free?
Not for free. Your bills will be piling, but they won't stop the treatment.
They won't stop the treatment.
They will not stop the treatment. That I can tell you for free. And also, when it comes to drugs, let me also advise you. Everything is not about brand name. Don't make that mistake. That a known antibiotics or whatever drug is out there, everybody shouting is this drug. There's also that particular drug without brand name. So when you go to a pharmacy,
NAFDAC approved.
Yes. It might be struck from the same company.
Same company.
Yes. A lot of times from the same company. Now, those are those ones you see in big jars that they count.
Okay.
I don't even, these are those ones you see in big jars that they count.
Mm.
But most times people, either you are not knowledgeable about it or you are looking for that brand name that they've told you about. So always look for, just sit down, ask the pharmacy, this is the drug I want. Don't give me a brand name. The person, they will know immediately, they will just laugh and tell you, okay, this is it. What is your prescription? They'll take it and they'll tell you the price. And you'll be shocked that it's most times 50% less than those brand names. In some cases, more than 70 or 80% less than those brand names. True. This is to you for free. Now, this particular thing Trump did, the big farmers in the US, they control a large chunk of that economy. And they make a whole lot of moves. Because they know that they control not just that economy, but across the world. Call any of their names. They are in every village in this place, maybe with the exception of China and some parts of India. And they make sure that somebody is paying for that research. And unfortunately for those in the US, you are the first guinea pig. So they collect that money from you. So most times, you see, it's profit all the way for them. And they've seen somebody who is saying, no, these people are capitalists to the T. And they've seen a Trump that have said no. Right from his first term, he was not at peace with them. And they know. They knew that was going to happen. That was why he made his Secretary of Health a person that was also on the other side of the divide. And they will achieve much. Now, this connects with what we were talking about before. If Trump is putting his people first and saying, big pharma, you've made a whole lot of money. What you sell in the US, you don't sell outside the US. Sell to us the same price you sell outside. Which will work for them because he knows his profit. If our own president is saying, let's buy made in Nigeria, good and fine. What happens to our traditional medicine? It was there before everything came. 99% of these particular medicines that we are buying, our orthodox medicines, are components taken off and compiled in chemical form and given to us. So what happens to us developing that particular sector? Yes, they are working hard on it with the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, but we need more. That we know that for a lot of these issues, we have a place to go to sort them out. Even if it might not be enough for 200 million people, but at least let's start from somewhere. There will have a population of over 250 million people. Imagine what it will be or what it will look like if we patronize the pharmaceutical companies here in Nigeria, the people making all manner of drugs here in Nigeria, good certified drugs here in Nigeria. That will go a long way. And the president has the power and the push to do it.
Thank you very much. I do wish we could actually borrow time, but we've actually run out of time and we really have to go. But it's a pleasure having all these gentlemen here discussing some of these policies and the way forward. Until next time, I am Olumide Shokoya.
Well, thank you once again for inviting me over. What would I say? Just doing a lot of wonderful things all over the world, working towards development of humanity in the areas of most especially sports development, football management, football administration, and other businesses I'm involved in. So that's what I've been up to. Well, basically, the National Sports Commission is there to ensure that sports development is put in the proper perspective. There are a lot of papers, a lot of policy papers, a lot of things that have been put in place. So they need to go into it, look at it, and structure something positive out for the development of sports in the country. I'm sure they have all what it takes to do it, and the zeal and the power to go ahead and put those things in place. So that's basically what they need to do. How the implementation is key. And I know, well, one way or the other, they should have the wherewithal to do it. So I wish them all the best. Well, you see, I don't like criticizing. I think I've gone away from areas of criticizing. But the standard of the league is very poor. And they have to put all efforts together to improve on the league. Also, the technicalities of the game, the manpower. We have to, we're still doing what we practiced 15 to 10 years ago. So it's not changed. So all those things have to change. We have to go away from the mediocre ways of running the game and put in more investment in development of the game itself. Clubs have to be, it's so sad that we in Nigeria prefer to watch the Premier League compared to the Nigerian Premier League. It's a sad story. I remember 40 years ago, you could go to the stadium and watch our local, amateur league, and there were standards. So there's no reason why we can't bring that back. It's the wherewithal, the willpower to do it, and the stem from, having to go away from the area of mediocrity, where we bring in professionalism. We have the people that can do it, without any doubt. But for the system to allow them come in and do those things is another question. How that is going to be done, we've talked about it for many years, but nothing has been done about it. I pray and I hope someday they'll put up the proper perspective and the willpower to do those things. When it comes to grassroots football, we really have to start with kids from a very early age. We must have we have to start with them from age 5 to 16, to 18, to 20. So you have to have a sequence, a system where you build around from the very younger ones, and you have a uniform structure. Number one, we have to identify the kind of football we want to play in Nigeria, our type of flow, our ethos, what we want to play. And then we can now imbibe that, put it in our kids from a very early age. So from age 5, you go under 5 to under 8, under 8 to under 12, under 12 to under 16, under 16 to under 18. You have those structures in place. And it's spread around the nation. Now, where it's not the under 5 or under 18 where you put a 20-year-old or 25-year-old. We have to have a system where those kids are registered and we can monitor them from a very early age. You understand me? Where we don't cheat, where we bring in the right age and we train them to perform at different age group levels. And going in from there and then going into the national sides, so we can start playing the under 10, under 15, or under 16, under 18. You understand me? So those structures have to be in place, which we don't have today. There must be uniformity. You understand? So if we can do that in the future, we will progress. But there must be a system in place. We must have coaches that have been trained to work with the kids from that very early age. And those coaches are trained within the system, within the Nigerian Football Federation, and then they're sent out to work with those children all over the nation. The football academies we have today are only out to sell players. You understand me? So what I'm saying here is where we have, I'm not saying academies shouldn't sell players or not. Those players in the academies, if we have uniformity, should be playing in the league. And then we must have a cap where we say, look, until you're a certain age, you can't leave the country. You must play in that league because we've invested in you. We've invested in those kids. So maybe they will have to play till they're 20 or 18 or 19, where they can now go out, you understand, to play abroad. But there must be a structure in place, and there must be laws guiding it. That's the only way we can excel. It also goes to it also goes back to what I've been saying. The girls, the female team in Nigeria today, I believe the girls, I call them girls or ladies, are the ones that will ever win the World Cup first. They got the capacity, they got the women football, they can win the World Cup. They got what it takes. But then it now goes back to our attitude and the corruption in the system. You understand me? If you allow the other girls from a very early age develop, and you have the same system I'm talking about, that cap of under 5, under 8, under 10, and you structure and you do it continuously in uniformity, we will be world beaters. We will win the World Cup at any given time because the women have got the grit. They pick up very faster than our army. They tap the balls. They are more technically better, within that range. So, but it's for us to develop those things and to take away corruption. First, when we talk about indigenous coaches, what coaches do we have? You see, if you don't have a competitive league, a highly professional league, how do you want to get good coaches? You can't get good coaches. the coaches, it's not that we don't have the capacity to build good coaches. We have a lot of talents in this country that can be world beaters, that could be top coaches. I talk to young stars. Young stars will talk to you about the technicality of the game. You know, they're very bright. Even my son, when he talks to me about football, I think he knows the game better than I do today. The technicalities of the game, you understand me? The formations, how players play, back and forth. It's because you've given him the exposure. And we need to give our young stars that exposure. We need to develop them. That's what we're not doing. We have to invest in them. But for now, we have not done that. And what we're doing today is those bunch of coaches we have are not good enough to run the national team at that level of competition. I have one or two of them in America that are sound. For, you know, they're there. But how many of them can you bring into the system? You understand me? Our local coaches, we need...
National Institute of Sports.
Now, please, let's forget about the National Institute of Sports. That, I use a word, it's been alamalized. That's a very poor system. You know, it has nothing, we have nothing there. I'm serious. I'm not running anything. Our National Sports Institute is a disgrace. So we shouldn't be talking about that. Yeah. If you want to talk about a National Sports Institute, then you go to Australia and other countries and you see what it is. You see the standards. We don't have those things. Ours is archaic.
Is it beyond redemption?
There's nothing beyond redemption. It can be, you know, we can work on it. We can develop it. We just have a time frame, work around it. See, there's nothing we cannot do in this country. We got everything possible to do it. It's the wherewithal. Do we have that mindset to do it? Are we ready for it? Those are the things we have to look at. Or do we want to continue with our mediocrity? But really, sincerely speaking, there's nothing impossible. We can do anything here. We've got great youngsters. We have to remove all this old, archaic way of thinking and then bring in a more modern, professional approach to things. So that's it. The media is one of the most corrupt anyway, I'm sorry to say. The sports media and all that, the sports writers. I worked in the system, I know how corrupt they are. Majority of them are corrupt. I'm saying it. They can challenge me, but it's the truth. Until we get rid of all those things, where our boys go and collect envelopes to write or favor people, we're not going to get anywhere. I'm not saying the press in general, but the sports writers, I disgrace. See, the supporters club is not going to do anything or develop football. This is just to travel, get things. Oh, it's fine. It's good to have fans. But what has that got to do with football development? Nothing. Supporters club is not going to do anything. They're playing their own politics. You understand me? They want to travel. That's it. Travel around the world, do things. But is that part of football development? That is not football development. So let's leave that aside. We're talking about the professional, the technicalities, what it takes to develop national sides or a proper league. Then the supporters club has nothing to do with it. Do you see, how many people do you see at stadiums in Nigeria instead of watching football? Scanty, there's nothing. It's not like in the days where in the 70s or even in the 60s, if you're going to play a game at 4:45 in the afternoon, the stadium is full to capacity. At 11 in the morning. You don't have that anymore. So what are we talking about supporters club?
Is there a way we can bring that back, that passion?
Yeah, if you build a league that, you know, has the quality, the professionalism, and all the standards are put in place, then you can bring them back. Then you can bring the crowd back. I think it's very unfair to call it lesser sports. All sports are tops. Yeah, it's very wrong to call them, they're top sports. Basketball is tops, athletics is tops. It's very wrong. I think it's very unfair to call them lesser sports. See, bottom line is the politics, the greed, you understand me? We have top talented basketball players all over the world. We could put them together. It's all about management. It's all about commitment. But you don't have those things there. It's about myself. It's all about self-aggrandization. What do I get from this? It's not about what do we do to build these teams or these athletes to be world beaters. Do you understand me? So you're not going to get anything out of it. You will never. It's the bottom line. You'll never ever get anything. So you'll always have factions. You'll always have people fighting. Why do you fight for what? If you can collectively come together to build a system, a structure for basketball, for example, because the girls are tops, they can perform, they could do far better than where they are today. I always tell you, the female teams in Nigeria will always excel in athletics, in basketball and all that. Our male are a bit arrogant and clunky in doing things, but the ladies are always more committed. They've got what it takes, but they need good management. It's not that the men can't do it too, the men can do it, but it all also evolves with good management. Taking away politics, taking away greed, not a situation where a coach is collecting money from a player to put a player in the team, or a member of the football association fighting for their children or family to play in the national team, or a member of government is asking someone to put their kids in the team. No, that's not it. Where is the nationalism? Where's that patriotism? Patriotism. I don't care where you come from. If you're good, you're good. If you're better than my own people, then my own people have to sit down and you let them, the others that can perform. Where would you have quota system in football? Where's that done? Do you understand me? So we have a lot of issues we need to resolve. Well, what do you expect? The athletes themselves are far more successful and far more exposed than the administrators. So the administrators obviously are always envious of those ones, and they make life difficult for them. Do you understand me? Where you have people that are not competent enough running a system, people that are not exposed, that haven't got the professional ethics to run the thing, that's what you get. Then the greed aspect, which is a standard norm for us in this country. Greed. Where people believe athletics is only, you being a member of the Athletics Federation is all about traveling. You understand me? He wants to travel, she wants to travel. She wants to be in the, what do you call them, in the group of people that are going away. See, you can never get no results. They're all fighting to get something. And then they don't care about the athletes. They want to be in a delegation that is going to travel. Do you understand me? So that's basically it. They're not interested in the development. They haven't got the zeal. You understand me, sir? So once you don't have those things, you can never get anything right. Yeah, the private sector is one. The cricket has more because, government involvement is not as, I think you have more of the private people, interested private people that have gone to schools, top schools, that played cricket in those days. Those are the ones that are promoting cricket. So you're going to get results, you understand me? Because they're far more exposed, they understand what it takes. So the commitment is there. They're using their own funds to push, to develop the game. You understand sports. So that's why cricket is picking up. Oh, you mean the National Sports Festival? I think for now, we don't really need that. We need to do more with the private sector. I think the new chairman of the National Sports Commission, he seems he's an exposed person. I think he's got to sit right and see how he can profile solutions to these things. and change the course of. He's got what it takes to do it. He just has to come out of that shell, come out of that darkness. I'll call it darkness, and come into real light. I think he has it. But National Sports Festival, I don't think we're ready. We really need that now. We need to do more with youth development programs. You see, a National Sports Festival in those days was more interesting because you had more schools, inter-school sports. And that is where the best athletes came from. We don't have that anymore. So first we need to build the school sports, schools, athletics and all that, build it to a standard and then go into national sports festivals. For now, we don't have that. And I think the National Sports Commission has to look into that, how they can work with the Ministry of Education and see how they can build that again. School sports. That's where you get the best. In those days, the best athletes. We knew those that will run, that will actually participate and run for Nigeria. We knew the ones that will do high jump, long jump, triple jump. We knew them, both female and females, from secondary school. You don't have that anymore. So where do they come from? Nowhere. So now you have, like in those days where some schools will go and get mercenaries, pay for them to come and run. That's what you get today. So it's corrupt. Now, the Sports Commission has to work on that. It has to change it. I know they can do it. They just need to sit back and look at how they will change the course of things. If you want to unite Nigeria with good sports, then you got to give them good results, good teams that can perform. You understand me? In the process of winning competitions, or they have a team, or they have teams that have got the quality that can move the nation, then you unite. Everybody wants to watch good football. Everybody wants to see a great athlete running. You want to see a good high jumper performing at the best. When you see that, it draws everybody together. If you have a good national team that plays excellent football, look, Nigeria, when you look at our team, the 94 team, we were the 5th in world ranking. You were talking about ranking, which I don't really. When we really had a good ranking, we were number 5 in the world. The 94 team was number 5. The World Cup 94, we were rated as the 5th best team in the world. And you look at the style of football we played. We developed our own style of football, took it to the world, and we were respected. We don't do that anymore. We have to have an identity. You understand me? Our footballers are not the best. We're good, we're very athletic, we're strong, we're physical. You understand me? We've got to build that kind of football. We are not as technical when it comes to techniques and all that, like the Europeans. But when it comes to the physicality, you understand me, we're better. When it comes to the physicality, the mental strength, we have it. So you have to build around that. You're putting a bit of technical things there, but the main issues is we got to have the muscles, the strength to run any team down. That's the kind of football we should play. We're playing lazy football now. We have to play what we played then, where we run any team down. We can play 2-3 hours non-stop. We never get tired. We don't have that anymore. We can't even string passes. We can't play 2 against 4, 3 against. We don't do it anymore. We're lazy. It's not only the coach. Yeah, the coach and then the association, the federation. They don't have a vision. You have to know what you want to present to the world. It's like any other top team in the world. A Real Madrid, Barcelona, they have their own type ethos, their own style of football. And this is what they sell to the world. We don't even know what we're doing. We have to have what it takes to sell to the world. This is what we want to do. This is how we can perform. This is a style we're going to play. And that style we believe in. And then we build the youngsters from very early to play that same type of football. We have the manual that we can work with. Uniformity. Simple. That's it. No, it's individual and the corporate organizations. They're not doing enough. Everything can't just be government. Today, You don't even have Nigerians pumping money into sports like they used to do that. I'm sorry, I don't want to digress, and I don't want to say what my father did. I'm not promoting my family, but I knew how he invested millions of dollars building the national teams. Yeah, his personal funds. You don't get those things anymore. Do you understand me? You have to, see, the 94 team was done outside the outside government. It was done by individuals. That was why we were successful. But you don't have those things anymore. You just have a bunch of greedy leaders and greedy individuals or corporate bodies. It's all about them and their family. They're not giving it. So how do you want the kids to perform? How? All the kids are out there wasting away. We got great talents in this country, but they're wasting away because we're not helping out. We're not encouraging them. We're not building structures, institutions where you can build those, you can develop those kids. Yeah. So they're on the street doing yahoo, doing all sorts of stupid things. Yeah. Because there's no competition. There's nothing to draw their attention. You understand me? Until we do those things, we can never ever change. We can't get it right. Yeah, well, for me, I don't see any difference for me, whatever you give to the female teams, you also give to the senior, to men. Because our team, our female team, at the world ranking today, we're tops, we're recognized. So you have to also allow, but for men, anywhere in the world, men always have an advantage. But doesn't mean the disparity should be so much. You give the ladies, I remember when I was the FA chairman, I remember once the female team was in camp, and we went there in Ota. When we found out what they were earning, it was disgraceful. They couldn't even buy their, I'm sorry to say that, what you ladies use, your pads, you couldn't even buy it. I had to tell them, these are women. Why are you treating them like rubbish? They have to be looked after, because they're going to need more of those systems, because you have more wastage than men. Don't let me go into what I'm saying, but I understand. So the women have to be well taken care of. Yeah, simple. So you've got to give them what it takes. To strike a balance. You have to strike a balance. The solutions I'm going to give you, I can't give you a straight off head, right? But really, since first, we have to get rid of greed. We have to go away from all this religiosity in the system, because religion has destroyed the fabrics of a nation. See, being a Christian or a Muslim or whatever doesn't mean you've got to cheat people or lie to people or not show love. You understand me? Or the religious, when I come to religion, the churches, the institutions we have today are not developing education. There must be uniformity in education. They're not developing education. Education is key. But you know what we have today? Half-baked educated youths. Half-baked. And that's the worst you can ever have. And that is key in anything we do. First, to have good leaders, well-structured. In Germany, in Europe, and now, the kids that go to the best universities, some kids are developed, they're built up to be top civil servants. So they go to Oxford, they go to Cambridge, they become top politicians. Then you have the ones that will become big and top engineers, and now they go to certain universities. All those things are structured. We had it before in the past. It's gone. We got to find the way. It's not about just giving licenses to universities. But for me, the foundation, education, is very key. When you have half-baked youths and you have half-baked leaders that haven't got that structure in place, that proper education, they can never excel. What are you going to tell them? They will never get it right. So that's very key. Now, when you talk about policies, who are the ones that are going to put the policy papers together if they're half-baked? Because you need policy papers, you need to have a better understanding of your environment, of the society. You have to have a better understanding of how the society will grow. So if you don't have that in mind, you can never develop. So you need those things to make the nation change. I'm just giving it in a nutshell. you need more commercial, you need more private sector funding, you need more sponsorship, and then, like I said, you need more training. You need to train your coaches. Our referees are the most, Nigerian referees, do you see any referee participating in any African Nations Cup? No. Because, and you're telling me it's the best league. That's the most corrupt league in the world. Because our coaches are not even, our referees are not even allowed. They never invite them for any Nations Cup. So what are we talking about? What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Every match in the MPFL, most times, most of the games, all home teams win. You don't see away teams coming to win. So are you telling me that's a balanced league? It's not a balanced league. It's a corrupt league. So that has to change first. When that changes, you understand me? And also, then other things will follow. You see, you have the National Olympic Committee that is run, by the private sector and government. Now you need to get the right people in the private sector to come in there to work with some people in government, people that have got the wherewithal, that got the financial muscle and the commitment to do those things. Not just people that are hustlers that just want to get something out of it. It's about people that want to give. That's what Olympics is all about. People that give, that are ready to give, to develop Olympians to be world beaters. People that truly want that mood, that soul of Olympics to excel. That's what we need. And that is what we have to work on. And that comes from leadership, that comes from the system, where you choose the right people that have got what it takes to build the Olympic team.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. Whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. It's a place where people would congregate. I remember being here all around the 2012 Olympics. We were very much one of the centerpieces of British culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do it anymore. So there you go. That's progress for you.
St. Martin's in the Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for its neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs, and is famous for its portico and steeple, and has influenced architecture
worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they made some lovely sort of practice for some classical concerts. So I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes listening to it. It's lovely. It's a really nice church, and it's nice that the people to music much time. So we used to have a nice cafe as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere. Chike Okolo, reporting for Souq News.
A drop makes a hole in a stone, not by force, but by consistent dripping. Nothing describes this woman more apt than her indomitable and consistent drive for excellence. Born Bilikisu Abiodun Moturayo Omobalanle Adekola on December 24, 1962, into the family of Alhaji Abdulmoshood Adekola, the first grandson of the first Alhaji in the city of Ibadan, and a Cameroonian mother, Mrs. Hannah Aduke Adekola, in the ancient city of Ibadan, Oyo State. While her mother was still pregnant with her, left for England to further his education. And while she was pretty much young, her mother left the country to go join her husband, to return while she was 8 years. Meanwhile, she was left to be cared for by her grandmother. She was registered in a private boarding primary school at the age of 4.
My parents had me. My father went off to England to go to school before I was born. He left my mother pregnant with me. My mother had me, and before I was a year old, left to join her husband in England, and I was left with my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother before my parents came back like 8 years after. Spent my first, from about age 4 or 5, I was sent into a boarding nursery school. I lived in boarding school at a very early age because my parents wanted to protect me from becoming a local Ibadan girl.
And she usually attributes these to her early independence and wisdom. Omo Agbanimi, some of her friends sometimes poke fun at her wisdom, which is way beyond her age.
I was raised by my grandmother, so I'm a bit of an old woman in my brain, in how I think, as my friends say.
Her foray into business started at a very young age at her grandmother's shop where she sells salt. Little did she know that this was going to stand her in good stead in life.
My first exposure to business was my grandmother's little shop where she sold salt. And I used to love to sit behind her little kiosk and help her to sell the salt. But who knew I was being trained for business in my future?
While at secondary school, she participated in the literary debating group, excelling in it, which made her consider a career in law, though that didn't last. Also, it is worthy of note that Ibukun Awoshika could hold her own in athletics, earning her the nickname Rabbit because she could really run.
As an athlete, if you want to run, and I used to be fast, they used to call me the Rabbit.
Unsure of what career path she was going to settle for, she considered becoming many things at one point or the other of her life. After secondary school, she thought of becoming a medical doctor, but she couldn't stand the sight of a cadaver, so she let go of that idea. Later on, architecture was another fancy that caught her attention. Similarly, she also considered becoming a chartered accountant. Finally, only see she could work in a bank.
I thought I wanted to be a doctor. Then I found out that they work with real dead bodies. I changed my mind very quickly. I then thought, you know what? I'd like to be an architect. I was good in sciences and had a problem if parents sentence you to science when you're good at both. So I ended up in Ife to study chemistry. By the end of my first year, I realized how much I hated chemistry. I could pass it, but I didn't love it. So then I thought, you know, I'd make a good lawyer. I debated throughout school. I used to represent my school in school's debate. So everybody knows that I can win an argument. So I gave it everything trying to change to law. I used to go and sit outside the door of the dean of law. And then one day the man said, come, what do you want? I want to change to law. Is that why you've been sitting outside of my office? Yes, sir. Okay, if I only take one person from another department next year, it will be you.
After the completion of her undergraduate degree at the University of Ife, she went for the compulsory one-year National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, in Kano State, where she worked as an audit trainee at Akintola Williamson Co., which later became Deloitte.
For youth service, I did everything to make sure they sent me to an accounting firm. They first sent me to a Muslim school to go and teach. That was easy to solve. I just wore a dress off my shoulder. I went to report. I was immediately rejected. Once they rejected me, I went back to the posting room and waited there for days until they sent me to Akintola Williams & Co.
Although she was later given full employment after her service year, she felt becoming an accountant wasn't a thing.
You would have thought that having done or gone through all that trouble, accounting would be the love of my life. When I got there, within the 1 year of my youth service, I realized how boring accounting is to me. Because they had all the processes somebody else had thought about before. All I had to do was open old dusty files from company to company without imagination or initiative. I'm a very restless human being. That was not going to work. So I finished the work. I did well. They offered me permanent employment, but I said, thank you, but no thank you. Why? Because at that moment, I had come to a realization that that was not the vision for my life.
After returning home, she joined Alibert Nigeria Limited, a furniture company, as showroom manager. In a word, only to kill time. She only stayed for 3.5 months. She left to begin a furniture manufacturing company called Quibis Limited in 1989, just months before her 26th birthday. The company later grew into Souq Chair Center Limited, following a venture merger with Souq SA and Guarantee Trust Bank in 2004.
But the first job I could find 1 week after was in a furniture company. So I went there to kill time. My Kill Time project has resulted in 30 years of investment of my life in building a manufacturing group in furniture. So it was never the plan of my life. So some of you will accidentally find your purpose.
One could only wonder what had led her not only to compete, but to thrive in a male-dominated terrain. With over 30 years in business, Ibukun Awoshika is a woman to reckon with, encouraging more women to participate in the business terrain. Her passion to see the girl child not just to be educated, but much more to learn to own our own value and trade with it when there is need for it. Her lifelong ambition is to see herself die empty.
My biggest ambition in life is to die empty. Totally empty. That no talents, no giftings, no opportunities, nothing that I was born to do, that I have the capacity to do, that I do not do.
Following her remarkable achievements, she's been conferred with different doctorates, including one in business, entrepreneurship and human capacity development from the Lagos State University, Ojo. Similarly, she was given a honorary doctorate of business administration from the Obafemi Awolowo University and another from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, Ogun State. Apart from our entrepreneurial prowess, Ibukun Awoshika is an ordained minister of the gospel, a presenter, writer, and a TV host.
The Bible tells us that let every man be what? A liar. And let who alone be true? Let God alone be true.
She hosts a television program called Business His Way. Also, she acted in the 2020 Kunle Afolayan movie titled Citation, which in addition to the books she had written, including Business His Way, The Girl Entrepreneur, The Girls in the Boardroom, and My Thoughts in Codes. In 2004, she earned a certification in Business Administration and Management from the IESE Business School. She's also the chairperson of the Novel Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investment. She has consistently encouraged women to take up more leadership positions without compromising their values and integrity. In 2005, she was appointed the MD CEO of Souq SA of France, GTB PLC, the Chair Center Limited, and some local investors after the ban of the importation of furniture by the federal government of Nigeria in 2004. Furthermore, it is noteworthy to note that she independently established another ultra-modern furniture facility, Furniture Manufacturers Mart in Ikeja, Lagos. In 2008, she was among 5 Nigerian entrepreneurs who appeared in the first African version of the Dragon's Den. Unlike a great deal of others who knew exactly what they wanted to do from the beginning, she admitted to accidentally finding purpose. Ibukun Awoshika is a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a member of the board of Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, a former chairperson of the Board of Trustees of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, and a member of the IESC's International Advisory Board. Furthermore, she sits on the board of Digital Jewelry Limited and Cabri Nigeria PLC. Additionally, she's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative and Aspen Global Leadership Network. History was made on the 7th day of September 2015. Following the resignation of Prince Ajibola Afonja, she became the first female chair of the First Bank of Nigeria in its 126 years of existence. Ibukun Awoshika's Octo-Nigerian father, Abdul Moshood Adekola, who was a great influence in her life, passed on the 20th April 2020 after serving the Lord as an usher at the Fountain of Life Church in Ilupeju. He was a Muslim convert. He was converted few days before his 60th birthday. She got married on her 28th birthday to Abiodun Awoshika, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Excel Exploration and Production Company Limited, and they are blessed with 3 fine young men, Oludola Olufishika, and Olamiposi. To celebrate a life of impact at 60, friends and mentees surprised Awoshika by building the Ibukun Awoshika Sports Center at our beloved secondary school, Methodist Girls High School, Yaba, Lagos. This project took about 6 months to complete and had some of our mentees like Tara Durutoye, Ndidi Okuanu, Chichi Nwoko, and Bisola Runsewe. They marshaled it alongside a team of other successful people. She stands like Joshua upon the pinnacle of the Horeb, looking to command an army of a new generation of women entrepreneurs that wouldn't stop at anything to achieving their God-given dreams. For her, she believes that regardless of how illustrious her career is and how successful she could ever get in life, her family and husband remain the most important gift in her life. Ibukun Awoshika.
The deplorable state of abattoirs in Lagos, lax and carefree adherence to sanitation measures by butchers, and their transportation of meat in public transport vehicles have continued unabated for years, calling to question government's concern for its citizens. The sordid pictures crystallizing in abattoirs in Lagos is distressing. As concerned authorities fail to play their roles, fears are rife that continuous poor handling of meat could spike foodborne illnesses, promote the spread of antibiotic-resistant bacteria, as well as pose a significant health risk. In today's news talk, I'll be talking about the filthy Lagos abattoirs that are causing concern to everybody. 3 weeks ago, some officials of the Lagos State Traffic Management Authority, LASMA, waded into a rift between a passenger and a bus driver after the passenger got drenched in blood from a carelessly conveyed beef. The embittered passenger, who boarded a commercial bus at Baga bus stop on his way to Oshodi Transport Hub, was unaware that the driver was carrying a butcher and large parts of uncovered meat in the boot of the Volkswagen bus. With the meat carelessly tossed inside a greasy booth uncovered and without resource to customers' comfort or the health implications to the end users who were waiting at the K2 market, the last mile operatives had to step in to save the day. If meat transportation presents a sordid spectacle that could make a beef consumer think twice before consuming the sumptuous piece of meat set on his dining table, abattoirs where meat are processed are simply horrendous. Sadly, these pictures seem to be duplicated across many parts of Lagos State during my recent visits to abattoirs in the state. The deplorable state of those facilities at Oyingbo, Ojuelegba, Ojota, K2, Sangros, Jakara, Obalende represented an ugly sight. Interestingly, these animals are not inspected by any veterinary doctor before and after they are killed, as the veterinary doctors are alleged to resume work long after these animals have been butchered and distributed. The butchers, usually in twos, clad in filthy clothes, worn for days, haul the animals, mostly cattle, onto the slab, dismembering them right on the concrete floor, laced with traces of feces and blood from the previous day exercise. The large chunks of meat obtained from the dismembered cattle are then piled up on a rusty wheelbarrow. There are no considerations whatsoever for the health implications of the direct contact of meat with the dirty wheelbarrows. Through these wheelbarrows, the chunks of meat are distributed to stalls within the abattoirs. In cases where they are to be taken outside the abattoirs, the bulk of them are also transported on motorcycles and boots of public transport vehicles. In all the abattoirs I visited, the section where hides and skins, popularly called pomo, cow tail, head and legs are processed, appears to be the filthiest part of the abattoir. It is also to the fireplace where disused car tires serve as firewood for roasting these parts. Ahmed Olanino, who spoke with me, lamented the lack of cold rooms in all the abattoirs in the state adding that they had resorted to buying ice block to help preserve their wares and curtail the huge waste which they routinely encounter. He complained about the absence of designated vehicles for conveying meat within and outside the abattoir. According to him, meat is transported to them by motorcycles, wheelbarrows, and commercial vehicles. A visit to Okoba Abattoir in Agege confirmed poor adherence to sanitation measures at the abattoir. Little is done to ensure proper hygiene in meat processing. Although the pungent odor that used to greet visitors and trigger breathing discomfort has reduced at the facility, the situation remains very disturbing. Ishola Alagbe, a butcher in Lagos State, is of the view that things have degenerated this much because of most Nigerians seem not to be interested in the way and manner that meat which they consume was being handled. According to him, the unhygienic handling of meat across all abattoirs stemmed from the average aloofness of Nigerians, which can also be a cultural thing. And for things to get better, he insists that the government must be firm in applying sanctions where the need to do so arise. To address the concern, a private veterinary practitioner, Dr. Abubakar Dala Mohammed, highlighted the risk of consuming meat treated unhygienically and that it can lead to such diseases as tuberculosis, brucellosis, and anthrax. Also, chemical contamination and meat processing can expose consumers to chemicals and pesticides, which can result in cancer. To help the situation, Dr. Abubakar recommended regular inspection of animals before and after slaughter and conducting thorough education and awareness programs campaign for butchers, meat sellers, and consumers. I am Bayo Olaoye.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello and welcome to the World News on Souq News Television, where we bring you stories from across the globe. I am Grace Komolafe. Starting from the home front, Nigeria's solid minerals sector has recorded nearly 7 billion naira generated in mining license fees in the fourth quarter of 2025. Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dr. Dele Alake, made the disclosure while addressing the OECD Forum in Paris. He said over 1,200 artisanal mining cooperatives have also been formalized as the country steps up effort to attract investors and add value to its mineral resources. Dr. Alaki emphasized the need for Africa to move beyond raw material exports and take the lead in value-added processing, especially in the global supply of critical minerals like lithium, cobalt, and copper. He added that Nigeria is committed to building responsible and transparent supply chains while playing a central role in the global shift towards clean energy. The minister also called for stronger partnerships across governments, businesses, and communities to unlock long-term economic benefits from Africa's vast mineral wealth. Moving away from that, in a major breakthrough for global trade, the United States and China have agreed to cut tariffs by 115% points each for 90 days. The U.S. will reduce its duties on Chinese goods to 30%, down from 145%, while China will cut its tariffs on U.S. imports to 10%, down from 125%. The temporary truce takes effect May 14. This move brings relief to businesses on both sides, especially U.S. manufacturers, exports, and importers who have faced rising costs due to the tariff war. Sectors such as agriculture, tech, and retail are expected to benefit as supply chains stabilize and goods become more affordable. For Chinese companies, the tariff cuts could help restore export values and ease pressure on local industries. Markets have responded positively, with investors hopeful that its 90-day window will lead to a more permanent trade solution. Business leaders are urging negotiators to build on the momentum and work towards a long-term deal that reduces uncertainty and supports global economic growth. And as part of its new immigration policy, the UK government is shifting responsibility to businesses to reduce foreign hiring. Companies must now prove that they've actively sought local candidates before hiring from overseas. This reform particularly targets sectors previously reliant on migration, such as healthcare, transport, and construction. The Home Office said no employer should be allowed to default to migration. By increasing hiring standards and removing salary loopholes, the government hopes to force industries to invest in training and development of the UK workforce. Business groups warn of short-term labor gaps, but long-term gains in productivity are expected. And away from that, the Trump administration is reportedly weighing the temporary use of $400 million Boeing 747-8 luxury aircraft offered by Qatar's royal family as a replacement Air Force One. The move comes amid delays in the delivery of 2 new official presidential planes ordered during Trump's first term, now expected no earlier than 2027. Trump acknowledged the proposal on Truth Social, calling it a cost-saving measure and accusing Democrats of politicizing the gift. Critics, including Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and several ethics groups, warn the arrangement could violate the Constitution's Emoluments Clause, which bars federal officials from accepting gifts from foreign governments without congressional approval. The watchdog group Crew also flagged Trump's past business ties in the Gulf as a concern. The White House insists the gift would be proceeds legally and transparently, while Qatar confirmed ongoing discussions but said no decision has been finalized. Legal reviews by the Department of Justice reportedly back the plan's constitutionality, and if accepted, the plane would later be transferred to Trump's presidential library. And lastly, on the news, countries are meeting at the United Nations today to push for global rules on the use of artificial intelligence in weapons. As Part 1, the world is running out of time to act. The focus is on autonomous weapons systems that can select and attack targets without human input, which are already being used in conflicts such as the war in Ukraine and Gaza Strip. Since 2014, member states of the Convention on Conventional Weapons have been meeting in Geneva to discuss regulations, but so far, little progress has been made, and no binding international rules are in place. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has called for clear rules to be set by 2026. However, human rights groups say many governments are not on the same page, raising concerns that unregulated AI weapon could escalate future conflicts. Austria's top arms control official Alexander Kmenitz says urgent action is needed to avoid a dangerous future where machines make life and death decisions. And that will be all for today on the World News here on Souq News Television. On behalf of the news team, we say many thanks for watching. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souq News TV. Until next, I am Grace Komalafe. Have a good afternoon.
Directors, President, Nigerian Guild of Editors, distinguished editors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. Chairman, as part of your engagement, to engage with various stakeholders, you have met with various groups, and another critical group that you are meeting today are members of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. Of course, you had a meeting with NUG, where they selected journalists from states of the Federation, where you share your vision and also seek for their support. It's the same thing we are here today. Editors, before you is the chairman of the ICPC. Before becoming the chairman of ICPC, he was the Commissioner of Justice in Jigawa State. And he has a vision that he intends to unveil, or he wants you to help him so that he achieve this vision. Dr. Musa Ali San is currently pursuing a vigorous restructuring of the ICPC that requires your support, your understanding. And that is why he came to Lagos purposely to meet with you and to seek for that support. Distinguished editors, I present you as one of you. I present you the chairman of ICPC and Dr. Musa Ali San. Mr. Chairman, you are welcome, sir.
The management staff of ICPC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy and delighted to be in the midst of these distinguished Nigerians. And I have to say that we at ICPC, we really cherishes and greatly values the partnership with you all, because we know that you are really great and valuable because of the role which our Grand Norm has given to the media. And there is no doubt that your dedication to exposing corruption and enhancing our efforts has been crucial in fostering a more transparent society. And our decision to come here today is part of our determination to strengthen our partnership. That's why this breakfast meeting is not merely an event, but a reaffirmation of our shared mission to combat corruption and uphold integrity in Nigeria. And your support for the ICPC in delivering its statutory mandate, including its robust activities and initiatives in fighting corrupt practices and other related offenses in Nigeria, is really commendable, because you have been really helpful in enlightening Nigerians about the problem of corruption. And I'm personally filled with gratitude that the media has continued to positively boost the ICPC's anti-corruption public communication efforts. Your investigative reports, analysis, and overall dedication to truth have helped in exposing corrupt practices, because there are a lot of stories that you published which help us in our investigation. And most of these stories, they have led us to discovering some massive challenges that is facing, or that are facing our public sector. And if I may recall, there is one whereby it has to do with our youth. A contract supposed to be executed for the benefit of our youth, but the humongous amount of money was diverted. And it was as a result of one of you we discovered the challenge. So I thank you for the contribution. As we salute your commitment to the crusade against corruption, ICPC under my leadership is really serious to ensure that sustenance and heightening of our collaboration with you. And the media is not merely an observer, you are a frontline partner in the fight. And over the years, ICPC has adopted a strategic communication approach in line with Section 36 of the 1999 Constitution as amended and Section 27, Sub 4 of the ICPC Act. And these laws ensure the protection of suspects' rights while remaining strict, diligent, and stand in our actions. And ICPC will remain resolute in propagating the rule of law and protecting human dignity. And also, ICPC under my leadership prioritizes the protection of whistleblowers and the integrity of investigations. And transparency is a cornerstone of our work, and we will continue to provide verified information through official channels, which include press releases, newsletters, and our digital platforms. May I quickly review some of our engagement last year? Last year, because I was the Attorney General, and I rallied my former colleagues, we had a meeting in Abuja whereby we look at the challenge of corruption at subnational. We reviewed the problems and also agree that we need to work together. As a former Attorney General, I know that they are critical because they are the chief law officers of the states. That is why I engage them, and after the meeting we had in Abuja, we started the zonal engagement. We had one in Kano for the Northwest, where we discussed challenges around corruption within the zone. And also this year we are going to the other geopolitical zones to have similar deliberations. And also in September this year we are going to sit down and review what we have done to see how can we partner. Because I feel the attorneys general are critical. And as chief law officers, they need to work together with us, because by Section 15 of the Constitution, all of us are supposed to put hand on deck in order to fight corruption and also to see how can we tackle abuse of office. And also, I had engagement with Nigerian Institute of the NIPR, the Nigerian Union of Journalists, ICANN, Nigerian Bar Association, and various stakeholders on how can we partner in the fight against corruption. Because no single entity can fight corruption. We need to work together. So that is why I reach out to various stakeholders to ensure that we are on the same page. And last year, we were able to reach out fiscally 1,458,000 individuals through our 579 sensitization exercise conducted under our community engagement programs. And we issued about 188 press releases. And also the Commission experienced increased followership in our social media platforms. And also we introduced what we call ethics pods, a podcast, whereby we are sensitizing Nigerians around the issue of corruption. And also, there is no way we can succeed without having planning. Our strategic action plan 2024 to 2028 was unveiled last year, whereby we gather stakeholders and discuss it, because that will be our focus on how we can work. And our strategic action plan is in line with the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, which has 5 pillars: corruption prevention, issue of enforcement and punishment, ethical reorientation, and also enlisting public support of Nigerians, so that, and also recovery of proceeds of crime and management. And this is the area whereby we have upscaled our activities to see that we trace, recover, and manage the process of crime, and also to remit it back to the Consolidated Revenue Fund, so that we won't allow those allegedly took away what did not belong to them to go away with it. Because if you allow them, once they accumulate the process of crime, no doubt they will use it and also to fight back. And also they will deprive Nigerians with what they are supposed to have in the issue of infrastructure. So that's why we focus seriously in that area of recovery of proceeds of crime. And also ICPC, as you know, that it has laudable programs. And one of the key issues which I focus is that I ensure that I consolidate all what the previous chairman of ICPC have done, from late Justice Mustafa Akambi to Professor Wasoni. I ensure that all their programs are intact, and I'm building up, so that I want to ensure that we maintain that organizational culture of ICPC, and also for me to enhance what they did, most especially to focus on digital transformation, because this is an area whereby we need to use technology in the fight against corruption, most especially in the area of analytics, artificial intelligence, that we'll be able to analyze huge data. And I'm sure you are aware of the constituency and executive project tracking, which ICPC is well known about it. And I know last year we were able to track over 1,500 projects, which has value of over 600 billion naira. And so that at least Nigerians can get good quality projects that is in the budget. And also the Ethic and Integrity Compliance Scorecard, which is an initiative of ICPC, which measure institutions' adherence to ethical standards. We released the results, and I have seen the impact, because most of head of agencies that have not done well, they reach out. Chairman, why? What are our challenges? Can you help us to see that we overcome these problems? Which is really good, because I have never thought that it will have that impact. And why? Because of you here. You have gave it wide publicity. So because of that, most of the head of agencies now, they reach out. Please, how can we do well next year? So I thank you for the assistance. And also our sexual harassment prevention program, which is tackling corruption linked to abuse of power. Last year, I know that we had engagement with the civil society, where the ministers of the Minister of Education, then Professor Tahir Mamman, and the State Minister Yusuf Tanko Sununu, they were there. The former Minister of Women Affairs was there, and also over 20 commissioners of education across the country, they attended, because we discussed the challenge around the problem of sexual harassment, most especially in our tertiary institutions, because our students are victims of this challenge. So that's why ICPC has been doing its greats in that area, so that we ensure that we help our students, we protect them from sexual harassment. And I'm sure that you are aware that currently there is one of the senior academics that is facing trial at Abuja Federal High Court on this issue of sexual harassment. So, and we are determined to ensure that where there is credible evidence, any sexual harassment complaint tabled before us, we will make our efforts to ensure that we investigate it and also take the matter to court where there is evidence. Then there is our Anti-Corruption and Transparency Unit, Act 2, that they have been doing well in the various MDAs in order to help in ensuring that there is transparency and accountability in MDAs in this country. Then, when I came in, I tried to bring up my policy, which I call it Care for Impact, to ensure that ICPs as an agency, I consolidate the good culture of that agency. And also an agency which is unaccountable, responsible, and efficient in approaching all issues that are tabled before us. So that one too is something that I unveiled it last year, and we have been using it. Now, recently, we are aware of the decision of the Supreme Court about the local government autonomy. So we have looked at the decision, and also we have been having various engagement with civil society to see how can we give our quota, how can we control our quota in ensuring that the local government autonomy operates the way it's supposed to. And also, how can we follow what are happening in the local government councils. And we are trying to bring up what we call corruption prevention program for local governments, whereby we will monitor activities at all the 774 local government areas in this country. One problem we notice is that in this era of technology, there are only 7 local government areas in this country that have functional websites. So we feel that is not right. So we will now try to see how can we use technology to force the local government council to make information available to Nigerians so that Nigerians can follow what they are doing. You, also the editors and other media stakeholders, can be able to follow what are they doing so that we will monitor if there are issues, questions can be asked. We too, we can follow because we don't have the enough manpower to go over all the 774 local government areas. But we feel technology can help us. And we know that practically, I don't think there are procurement processes in our local government councils. This is an area where we need to look at. And also, we will ensure that there are mechanisms around control of corruption, around the issue of finances of local government councils. So we will team up with the media, with the civil society to ensure that information are available. Nigerians know what is happening so that at least it will reduce the challenge of corruption at local government level. Last 2 weeks, we are in Gombe, myself and Ola, the chairman of the EFCC. And we discussed around the challenges at local government level. So, and we are determined to ensure that we focus there so that Nigerians at the local level can give the dividend of democracy. And even recently, we have been facing challenges around the issue of this local government autonomy because there is even one caretaker local government chairman whom we charged to court because after the decision of the Supreme Court, he continued to spend government money to award contracts despite the fact that the Supreme Court said, look, stop. And also we know how challenging this issue of local autonomy has been since 1999. But ICPs as an agency, we will ensure that by virtue of Section 287 of the Constitution, we have the power to ensure that the decision of the Supreme Court is implemented fully. And also, I'm appealing to those who are making attempts not to comply with the decision of the African Court to please desist. Because Supreme Court is the last court. Once it delivers a judgment, we must comply. That's what is rule of law. Because ICPC will continue to monitor and investigate, because any caretaker local government chairman from 11th of July 2024 who spent public funds, who award contract, that is corruption, because you don't have the mandate. And also the Apex Court has already spoken, so we must comply. Now, in my 1 year in office, there are a lot of international engagements which ICPC engage in. And in one of the engagements is that last year in September, we had an event in Beijing, China, whereby there is Global Network. Global Network is a coalition of over 200 anti-corruption agencies across the globe from 124 countries. And I had the privilege of leading ICPC delegation and Nigeria, whereby Nigeria participated in an election of steering committee member, and Nigeria was elected as one of the top steering committee member of that Global Network. And also, one area which I made mention that we have been focusing is the issue of asset recovery. Asset recovery is really area whereby we in Africa, we must focus on it, because we have seen how our own resources have been taken outside the continent, going to the global north. So that was why at the African Union level, if you may recall, in 2015, there is Thabo Mbeki high-level committee, whereby the heads of state of African countries agree that there is need for a forum of asset recovery practitioners in Africa. And the processes of bringing up the forum, it was last year that the forum was established in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, and I was elected as one of the representatives of West Africa, whereby we met in Arusha, Tanzania in November, whereby I was elected as the interim chair of that forum to try to galvanize the 55 African countries and corruption agencies to ensure that we come together to see how can we help Africa to recover and repatriate stolen assets that are kept somewhere else. And we agree that, look, apart from slavery, which is our own human resources that was taken to other continents, there are a lot of stolen assets of Africa outside the shore of Africa. And we know what is happening. Whenever you want to trace and recover, the experts outside Africa will charge you huge amount of money to recover all professional fee to recover those stolen assets. So that was why we say, no, we need to come together as Africans. Let us identify our experts within the continent. If we need somebody to trace, Nigeria doesn't have the expert. It can look for Ghana, Kenya, or any other African country. Do you have the expert? Yes. So that's why we are coming together to see that we trace, recover, and repatriate the stolen assets. Also, we'll keep on raising this issue of stolen assets at various fora, because the United Nations Convention Against Corruption has already backed the issue of stolen assets that we need to recover it. So this is an area whereby that I'm chairing now, and we are trying to see how we will make efforts to see that it has seen the light of the day. And distinguished editors, we know that corruption thrives where there is silence or in silence. But your voices are the ones that can shatter that silence. Your role in shaping public perception and holding institutions accountable cannot be overstated. The more Nigerians see what you write, what your opinion, about this issue of corruption, the better for us. Because they will be enlightened, they will know what is happening, they will ask questions, and that will put us on our toes. That will minimize the challenge of corruption. Because we at ICPC, we are trying to see how can we use our mission to diminish corrupt practices through our public mobilization, our own doggedness in investigation, and also to ensure that we follow rule of law. We will be patient in investigation. No matter how long it will take, we will do it slowly but surely. We will reach our destination. And also, we at ICPC will ensure that we deepen our own relationship with you, the media. And I'm appealing to you to come to our aid. Try to understand the terrain we are working. It's not easy terrain. Whoever worked within that corruption cycle will know that it is not easy, because it is an area whereby you are fighting those who are already determined to continue to pilfer our resources. It's an area whereby those who engage in corrupt practices are really determined to peddle information that are not correct in order to try to bring controversies so that to divert the attention of the main issue. So fairness, hearing from the other side, is what will help us to discharge our mandate. And ICPC, for the past 25 years, has consistently maintained ensuring that there is fairness and the fair hearing, and also we do not engage in anything that will bring damage to people because of allegation against them. We will continue to ensure that we will be fair. If you ask questions, we will answer. And like I said, we are appealing to you to reason with us because of the terrain we are operating, which I know I don't need to elaborate. So that is why there is no way we will not come close to you. There is no way, because we need you, because Nigerians need to know what is happening. That will project the good image of our country. That will make foreign direct investment to come into our country. That will make our youth to have job. We know what is happening in this country. We know that a lot of youth are roaming on the streets looking for job. And the youth are the future leaders of this country. So, and it is through you, by helping us to propagate our activities and also to bring issues that will project good image of this country. By doing that, we will make Nigeria great, and also will tackle the challenge of our corruption. And conclusively, I want to emphasize that you mean a lot to us, and that we count on you as dependable partners in ensuring that Nigeria is corrupt-free, and also I'm sure that partnering with you will continue to help ICPC to move forward, and also ICPC will continue to record achievements, and we hope that the aspiration of Section 15 of the Constitution will be realized, where Nigeria will be a country free from corrupt practices and abuse of office. Thank you so much. Money and property last year, and I even know even this year too, we recovered some amount of money and also property. Even currently, we are tracing and marking some assets in one of the states where some people diverted public funds. Even this morning, I know that there is an amount of money which we recovered from the diversion of public funds. So we are talking about both the fixed and movable property. That's if you are talking within Nigeria. Even abroad, it is the same thing. Although during my time, ICPC did not recover any assets from taken outside the shores of Nigeria. But I know that we are collaborating with one of the African countries about money that was brought into Nigeria from that country. We are tracking and to trace the money so that we will see how the money can be taken back to where it was brought in here. So this is what I can say. And some of the issues you raise are part of the problem. Like I said somewhere else, and I kept on saying, I will say it here. My first contact with public office is when I was Attorney General. That was when I now realized that all what I was thinking, when I came into contact with the reality, then I now realize that we Nigerians are part of the problem. One of the issues you raised about societal pressure. I'm not saying that it's a justification for any public officer to engage in corruption. But if you, I'm sure you have had one or two discussions with those who are holding public office. The kind of stress, the pressure that public officers are undergoing in this country is too much. Because the family, the friends, associates expect you to give them money. And this is one of the factors that is now pushing those in public office to go into that. And I noticed that any public officer who resists, you are considered as awkward, very difficult, and they will keep on pressurizing you that if only people that are strong that can stand that pressure. And also some people too, they are even daring, will tell you, I was a victim when I was Attorney General. And I want to say it here, maybe the person who did it will hear an issue which I say, look, AG, we want you to do this thing. I say, sir, it's not even in public office, it's not even a public officer. I say, sir, I can't do this thing because my conscience will not allow me to do it. After they put pressure from different angles, okay, you are a young man. How? I don't want to destroy your career. And I say, sir, my career is not in your hand. It's in the hand of God, my Creator. And I left. What followed, it wasn't pleasant. I had to battle for more than 1 year of series of blackmail, from one blackmail to another, just because somebody wants to get money. And you can only get that money through me. And I was put under intense pressure to succumb, which I did not. What followed was I was put under serious stress. Now, the second problem is there is this theory. Whenever the corruption, if you look at it, if the benefit is high, the risk is low, people will keep on to engage. If people know that if you engage in corruption, it is really highly risky. You will lose your reputation in public. People will never consider you as somebody who has reputation in the society. People will be careful. If you know that the punishment is going to be very harsh, people will be careful. But if the risk is very low, the benefit is high, so people will continue to engage. So that is why we need to look, how can we strengthen our laws to ensure that those who engage are punished seriously. And also, you, the media, you have the role to play in sensitizing Nigerians that those who are trying, please try to support them. And distinguished aides, I want to tell you that there are good people in this country. Every part of this country, there is no part of this country that I did not come across people that detest corruption, people that are serious, people that help me. I met a lot of people that are trying to see how can we help this thing, how can we fight this corruption, Chairman. But the problem is that the support from the public, sometimes people are not willing to support because they feel, you know, what you are doing is not worth it. And also because of the pressure, so people feel like, okay, let us leave you, go and do what. So this is second problem. And also, we need to see how can we fasten the judicial process. Because it's law. It is not the law that is the problem, but rather some of us within the system, we try to put stumbling block in the judicial processes, bring in series of applications, truncate, so that you will see one case will take many years. Even the witness will be frustrated. You call a witness today, the matter is adjourned, and I'm not saying that it is the fault of the judges, no. It is all of us, the lawyers, and also other stakeholders, that we know if your client has an issue, as a lawyer, you know, because once you look at the facts and the proof of evidence, you'll be able to know that my client has an issue. Okay, how can we help him to face justice so that all the process of justice, the court and the system should be fair to him? But you will see that that slowing down is also another factor. That you will see somebody engage in corruption, when you take him to court, it will take many years. And before you know it, you will see another corruption case. And also another problem, especially in the public sector, I now notice, is that our public service rules also has a problem, because it has given a leeway that people engaging in corruption, there is no specific provision which provides that, look, once you are engaged in corruption, you should automatically be dismissed. But some, you will find that after ICPC are investigating an issue, it has taken somebody to court, even if you secure conviction, you will not realize that the agencies are not willing to edge out those people. They will leave them to continue working. Because I feel any public officer that is convicted, he is not supposed to continue working in public agency. He should go. If the Constitution will say that conviction of embezzlement and fraud attracts disqualification for a certain period of time, I think there is need any convict should not be allowed to work within the public service. It should just be aged out. And that is why now, as chairman of ICPC, we are now going to exploit the Code of Conduct, Bureau, and Tribunal. Any public officer with secure conviction and the agency refuses to edge him out, we will send him to Code of Conduct because they have the power to edge him out. So there is another way so that we don't allow people to continue. So these and other issues are part of the problem, why the problem of corruption will keep on coming and coming and coming. And also the institutions are really weak because there are a lot of vulnerabilities where people are exploiting in order to commit corrupt practices. That is why we need to focus on technology. Technology will be able to give you the thread. You will be able to know some of the things that are happening, most especially around procurement. This is an area whereby there is serious problem because of the laxity and the challenge around that. So that's why you will see that almost you will be seeing issues around procurement be raised in public sector. So this is also another factor that is bringing this issue of corruption to keep on going. And also there is international dimension too. Because if those who are taking or stealing the humongous amount of money, they don't have a place to hide it, then it will reduce. But they know that they can wear it somewhere else. And those countries, I keep on saying, when you say that we have challenge of corruption, why are you keeping the process of crime in your country? Why can't you turn them back? This is process of crime. Please take it back to your country because there is United Nations Convention Against Corruption. And it is a global legal instrument. But you will find out that when they wear the money outside the country, there are a lot of technicalities. MLA, other things that you'll be frustrated because the legal mechanisms are made in such a way that it's even very, very difficult for you to recover. So if they know that they cannot take it somewhere else, I think the problem might reduce. Okay, the constituency project, like I said, we have been investigating the issue because it's a challenge that has been with us for a long period of time. And from what I noticed of why the challenge keep on coming is one of the issues you made mention. Because there was a time when member of National Assembly told me, say, Chairman, I have concern. I say, what is your concern? He said, it's about this concern executive project tracking. You people are doing well. But I know why this issue will keep on coming. On that day, he was telling me the challenge he was facing. There was burial in his hometown. You need to contribute. He said, look, somebody had domestic accident. He called me. And so he kept on mentioning, he said, I'm not justifying, but the societal pressure on us is too much. That's why only those who are strong will resist. And I don't know whether that is part of the reason why we are having this challenge. And to be frank with you, we have noticed areas whereby some of them did not execute the projects. We have noticed whereby some of them, they did shoddy job. We have noticed whereby some of you noticed that, like I keep on saying, a well is supposed to be dig in one place, and somebody will just take it to his home farmland. We will see whereby street lights, instead of to be installed on the streets, somebody will put in his house. So these are challenges that are keep coming. And I know that there is one of the newspapers last year, they made a front page story that ICPC has failed to tackle this challenge. And I know that we have been doing our best. And we did a lot because we have recovered a lot. And even currently, I know that there is somebody who is facing trial. A charge will file a charge against one of the former members of National Assembly. A former member is facing trial because of diversion. And also, we know that we have been going to ensure that if you do not execute the contract, you must go and do it. I know that there is a state whereby an ambulance was diverted. We ensure that it was taken to the hospital. I know where a lot of things, and that's why the strategy is good, in the sense that let us recover the proceeds of crime and put it into use. Because if you keep on filing charges and all these things, you will spend many years in court while the actual project will not be executed. And to be fair to them, if you confront them, you show them the proof. Honorable or distinguished, this is a project you're supposed to execute, you do not. Please direct the contractor to go back to site, or contractor go back to site. They go back. And recently, those who are being used, the contractors, I have been hard on them. If you allow money to be diverted through you, you are going to charge you now. You want to refund that money because you allow yourself to be used as conduit pipe. So we have been doing that and we have recovered a lot. And if I may say that the societal pressure, in my view, is one of the challenges, and also the weakness of the institutions. Because, to be frank, some of the heads of agencies, they allow themselves to be used in these challenges of constituency projects. Because if the head of agencies insists, once there is a contract awarded, that contract must be executed to the latter. Or you insist that you're not going to allow anything to be inserted in your budget, which is not out of your mandate. So if we will do that, then this thing will minimize. But if the head of agencies allow themselves to be used, then this thing will keep on happening. And ICPC, all the corruption agencies, we don't have the capacity to follow all the projects. That's why you, as the media, you can expose. The public too, they need to follow their project, on your project. If there's a project which is supposed to be done in your constituency or in your sector district, it was not done, raise it. And I don't think there is any public officer that you confront him with evidence that this amount of money was appropriated for a particular project and you do not execute, please go back and execute. You will not say, no, I'm not going to do that. I hope I have answered. We are doing it in such a way that we don't disrupt the financial system. So we do it in such a way that we don't allow you to continue with illegality and committing crime, so that we will save the banking system and also the public sector fund. Then on issue of Dubai, like you made mention, in my speech I made mention of proceeds of crime. And I alluded to the fact that the international legal regimes, the various laws of countries are the problem. Because for me, I kept on saying in various fora of anti-corruption that look, if somebody steals our money and take it to your own country and you keep it, why are you telling me that we should come together and fight corruption? Why? Because you know, because your own, there is no your money in my country. So that's why you are saying we should join hands. Why I have traced and point out to you, this is the public funds taken to your own country. Why can't you give us our own? But because of the legal regimes, sometimes it's tedious, it takes a lot of time, and there are a lot of, it's not even law alone, there are politics, there are diplomacy, so it is something which is even outside the realm of anti-corruption agencies alone, because you need a lot of stakeholders. I know recently there are countries that I am the one who have been following that, look, let us sign an MOU with you, because we have noticed our funds are being taken to your own countries. And they agree. There are some 1 or 2 countries that I know that we are about to complete signing an MOU because of what we have noticed.
Also here, as a media owner, I here with my team, we have a radio station and also a television station. I want to commend your efforts. For you to meet with the media shows you are transparent. It shows you are accountable. I don't have any question to ask you because I'm part of the team. It is not cheap to fight corruption. It's very, very expensive. Fighting corruption is also very, very complex. It's not as easy as we used to say it. It is only the person that is wearing the shoe that will know where it pitches is. So I commend your efforts and I pray for more grace that God should color your efforts. Everything is in your favor, the age, the energy, you have the capacity, and you have the right team to help you to drive it. You have the right team to drive it. Finally, I have this advice. You can't do it alone. You need to also rely on the outside team to help you to drive your dreams, your plans, and goals, especially in the area of the media. I suggest maybe you could have something like a strategic media public enlightenment committee. Comprises, of course, the media team as well, stakeholders. You have a committee who also help you spread your good news. Also help you spread your good news either in the public sector, in the private sectors, and all that. Because if you say you want to work with media like you would like to work to, it's very, very expensive. But when you have the committees, selected committee, media team, editors, and also for the private sector and public sector, they will help you to achieve your dreams and goals. So you have our support, and like I said, God will color your efforts. God bless you, sir.
Thank you.
Angry ones and the pastors. Let me just add to your to-do list. I had 2 questions written down, but after Ikechukwu gave his lecture, I said to calm down. You talked about, before I round up, and thank you for coming, judges advising you to go settle out of court. The biggest problem, one of the biggest problems with corruption in Nigeria are those judges. Recently, I think it was the Chief Justice of Nigeria who said election cases constitute about 70 or 80% of the cases they have in their docket, which suggests that election cases are very lucrative for them. So you have to put your searchlight on the judiciary. Then number 2, your constituency, the legal profession. Please, MBA has, from all accounts, a vibrant lawyer, Afam Osigwe. Engage him, collaborate with him. MBA too has to deliver. Plea bargaining takes place and judges advise you to go settle out of court. It's because the judges too are corrupt. The appointment and promotion mechanism on the bench is also corrupt. Search the NJC. Today, the type of, what's the word now? Corruption in terms of judicial promotion in Abuja is huge and impacts on the quality of judgment delivered. So, Mr. Chairman, the biggest thing you have done is to come here to show transparency. You said corruption thrives when there's. I also say this, I'll add to that, that corruption thrives when there's darkness, when it's hidden. So you're coming out here suggests that you really want to fight corruption in partnership with my colleagues. And it's a brilliant thing you have done. I know you met some of my colleagues in Abuja, and that's why the Secretary of the Guild and the Deputy President of the Guild are here. You have to continue. Because if you want to work with the media, honestly, the way you have shown, the media will work with you, and Nigeria will be better for it. Thank you for coming. God bless you.
And I will do my best to discharge my duty to the best of my ability, together with the officers of the ICPC. That is why, if people are raising the issue of bias, the issue of all this, now, you cannot prevent people from raising those kind of issues. But one thing I know, that if I satisfy my conscience, I will go to sleep. And like I said, there is somewhere else that we are going to account somewhere. And that is why I try as much as possible to be fair in what I'm doing. And also God knows what I'm doing, and also know my ability, because the anti-corruption is a very complex and difficult thing. Sometimes getting evidence, getting things is difficult. Even if you're investigating issues, somebody will look like you are targeting you are targeting somebody, or you have a motive, or this thing. So on my own part, I will do my best, and also posterity will judge. Because that's the only thing I can say. On the other issue, which like the president said, that the lecture you gave us, and some of the things you raised, I quite agree with you that those are the challenges, and we need to work on them. And in my view, that is why the Constitution is structured in such a way that the Chapter 2, it is left in such a way that it's you, the leader, that should strive to ensure that Chapter 2 is realizable. You attain that aspiration: education, healthcare, good environment, all other social amenities. You as a leader, you must think outside the box to ensure that you reduce the poverty level, which I agree with you. The level of poverty is really high, and we need to tackle it, because without tackling the poverty, we will continue to face this challenge of corruption that keeps on coming. And also, we are not justifying or depending the public office holders or the politicians, like you said, that we are saying that there's societal pressure. Like you said, it's a fact. We can't deny it. Myself as ICPC chairman, if I show you the number of text messages people are sending to me every day, you'll be shocked. In fact, I am even thinking that some they have even forgotten that I am the ICPC chairman. Maybe they are thinking that I am chairman of one local government or a state governor, because they will keep on sending. So, and also they will keep on calling, because the number of calls are such that they are unbearable. And we are part of the society. Even if we deny, there is such a thing that even if you deny, it's a reality. And I agree that poverty is one of the factors. But also we have to keep on telling people that they need to consider public holders. And also, we, the public office holders, also, we need to live a simple life. Because some of us, the way we are living a very larger life, that's why people will keep on pressurizing you. But unfortunately, it is also us, the Nigerians, that are pushing people. Like that member I started the example, he told me that my constituents were telling me that, look at this man. He has finished house order, he has an old car. Up to now. So people are even looking at you, there are certain things that even if you exhibit as a public officer, people will look at you that is strange. So why? Because it is the society that are pushing people to adopt a life that will put you in trouble. And once you resist, like I said, they will say you are awkward, you are difficult, you know, all these things. And we are all human beings. And that is why we need that support from you, the media, in your own writings, articles, and opinions, and also the public too. They need to support public officers that are transparent, that try to live within their means and within the ambit of the law. But without that, you will find one or two people that because of that, they will derail. Because of that prejudice. That's why always I will raise this issue of prejudice. Last week when I was in Gombe, and I told the chairman, don't allow anybody to put pressure on you to dip your hand in public purse. Let them say whatever they want to say. Because one day you are going to leave. It's better for you to leave, you go home and sleep well, than for you to leave and something to follow up which will not be nice.
We're going to have increase in the number of facilities that we would visit in the year 2025 by 30%, that would have improved compliance and enhancement of data-driven decision making using data analytics, that we're going to strengthen collaboration between our partners, and we're going to have 25% increase in our compliance rates by carrying out the key strategies. We want to expand our monitoring coverage. We want to enhance our digital infrastructure by integrating a secure online pathway. We also want to include the e-learning platform and our mobile platforms on the digital infrastructure. We want to strengthen our community engagement and build capacity of both the farmer staff and our partners. We want to drive innovation and research. This year, we want to carry out research on quality of care. In doing all of this, we want to make the health facilities in Lagos safer by leveraging on technology and ensuring that all our processes are data-driven. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mariede, Dr. Nibo Shinawo, Dr. Veronica Iwayemi, and Dr. Abiola Idowu. Your Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Salako. Taking us further in the comparative study, I want to especially welcome a professor and consultant medical parasitologist at the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. He coordinates the International Malaria Microscopy, RDT Quality Assurance Center, as well as the country's World Health Organization malaria specimen collection sites in the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put hands together for Professor Wellington Oyibo for the very short comparative study. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, Executive Governor of Lagos State, the Honorable Minister of Health, here represented here by the Minister of State for Health. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, this is historic for us. This is a path we have planned, prayed for, and we are happy that it is happening. Mr. Governor, thank you for all that you do and for making this happen myself. I'm so happy and grateful to the Honorable Commissioner of Health. He has told the story. So I'm going to build on those stories as I make this presentation. I don't have much time. And part of the whole thing is the advances that Lagos has made for over 2 decades. The world is hearing it, and the distinct nature of this project through the impact project itself, which is calibrated around the impacts that this project will be again for Lagos State. My slide, please. So what we know about malaria, in the 15th century, why was it called malaria? It was called malaria because the cause of that fever illness was not known. And it was connected to marshy waters. So malaria in Greek is foul. And that was all they could do. And it took some another 100 years before it was connected to mosquito bites. And today we are talking about fever and say all fevers are malaria. So are we going to the 15th century? And this is what we're trying to really unbundle in Lagos as it's still over 50 million people. My slides. So if fever is still malaria, we go back to the 15th century. And then, of course, for evidence base, meant that we will have to quickly provide the evidence. Can I have the slide up? Yes. So the Honorable Committee, let me just pull it out from here. So I've given this background. Most health workers will not accept the test results when it's negative. And that's the challenge. Next slide, please. Okay, and if you don't have data, which we are talking about digitization, you cannot calibrate where you are. And so if we look at the entire program and the plan of different projects, is to see that real-time data is available and that tests are done. And when the test is done, we can say quickly, cost-effectively, this is where we are. Because you can rely on routine data. The country do not have quality data, and that's the challenge. Next slide. So, no confidence in the test. Basic things are being used. Lagos is making progress. How do we handle this? 94 to 96% of the reporting for malaria in the DHIS that categorizes states and Nigeria comes from the primary healthcare center, and this from the public sector. It's important to recognize this. Next slide. And we're bringing this on board because we provide the quality platform for quality diagnosis at the College of Medicine. Next slide. And we do all of this carefully to ensure that this tests are good to be used for urine. Next slide. And what is known? Please just keep on going on the slide because I'll just go through them. There are changes in Nigeria in terms of malaria epidemiology. Next slide. And then we see from the 2021 malaria indicator survey where Lagos is. Next one. And you can see where we are here at 2.6% hopeful. And next one. Good progress. And we're talking about the path for pre-elimination. We are on that path, and we are happy that this is being mentioned here today, and like I said, this signature. And in line with the stratification strategy and subnational tailoring by WHO. So we are quite on course on this. Next slide. And then you can see the different tests available. You can keep on hitting enter. You have microscopy that is powered by a human being. And then you have this rapid diagnostic test that is technology. But somehow we refuse to accept technology and we stay with humans with all the challenges. So that's what you see with microscopy. Just keep on pressing enter and all of this. And this is the test 15 minutes. The result is out. The other one will take any time. It will be 1 day. And then based on that, we have done the scoping assessment of facility in Lagos.
Recent times, cosmetic clinics. So we're finding it difficult. We have limited capacity to ensure monitoring of these facilities. We also have inefficient manual processes because our digital platform is unable to carry out some of the processes in the agency. We're sitting on a lot of data in the agency.
With AI to make sure that the test is actually having the results that the pharmacy or PPMD says it does. We then verify that the treatment, the appropriate treatment. And then in the impact program, we to the public health system for malaria-negative patients to ensure that they're getting the proper diagnosis that they need and have a better understanding of what other febrile illnesses patients might have. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so I'll just talk briefly about all of the other partners that are working on this as well. So we are working closely, of course, with the Lagos State Ministry of Health, which envisioned this work and brought us in to support on this, with NMEP, which is overseeing the work and providing technical oversight, with WHO, which is providing, again, technical support and facilitation, and then importantly with our private sector partners as well, so PCN, which is doing quite a bit of the regulatory oversight and ensuring the quality of care in a pharmacy setting, with SFH, which is enabling the supply chain, and then of course with LASHMA, which is to go quickly into the final results on why this is improved quality of care. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So the work is providing network expansion, innovative financing, integrated health systems, supply chain resilience, comparative research, and regulatory reform, leveraging all of these different partners that we've mentioned to ensure that patients are able to access quality care and that the data is being provided back to Lagos State to help improve regulatory support, policy, and other things. I mentioned the partners that we have here already, but we're very grateful for all of the work that they are providing to ensure that there's quality of care in the private sector. And then finally, one final slide. To reinforce what Dr. Wellington said earlier, the work that is being done is also to be supporting with testing, understanding the difference between rapid tests and microscopy, to support on policy reform to ensure that rapid tests are always done before treatment for malaria in Lagos State. Thank you all so much, and we're very excited to be a part of this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jessica Venon, the CEO, MyShemex. Ladies and gentlemen, taking us further, Nina Ogunlafo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellency, sir. We're very happy that this is happening today. So just believe me, the to do something unique in terms of our focus for malaria control in Nigeria. To do this, I will call on Dr. Dao, Hospital Director for Volta. Speaking, we're going to have the Honorable Minister interested for malaria. Honorable Minister, please. Thank you very much. This is showcasing the main focus for malaria control in Nigeria, which we refer to as the 3 T's. Your Excellency, the first T stands for tests. We cannot overemphasize or we cannot underscore the importance of that. The second T, sir, is for treatment. Cannot have His Excellency and the Minister of Health standing for long, so once we take their samples, we're going to have them seated again. So can I have Dr. Walter on stage to come and quality check what is happening, sir, please? Thank you very much.
We are witnessing leadership by example. Leadership by example by Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, as well as the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Salako. Please, let's appreciate them. That is the way to go for every one of us all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. So again, this is the way to go for malaria control program in Nigeria. The pre-elimination in Nigeria could commence in phases. We could commence pre-elimination in Nigeria in phases. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you. So back to the fourth bullet on my slide. Your Excellencies, pre-elimination in Nigeria could be commenced in phases. It could start with the states, Lagos State, for example, and we could go geopolitical zones. So I was sitting with my sister, the Commissioner of Health from Ogun State. So the fever for pre-elimination have started. So I also want to say that it stands on Lagos State to make sure that this pathway for pre-elimination is properly done. The National Malaria Elimination Program is waiting to take the experiences and the processes that Lagos will use to achieve elimination to be replicated in other states. Your Excellencies, it's important to note that right now we have a couple of states under 10% prevalence in the country, and those states are Anambra, Kwara, and Rivers States. So what is happening in Lagos that has been flagged off today, it's like NMEP, it's poised to take what these processes and experiences are to states like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ma. Let's appreciate her. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Governor, sir, Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali Pate, who has been ably represented here today by the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Adekunle Salako. A round of applause for him, please.
Your Excellency, the excellent Governor of the Center of Excellence, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu. I must recognize my brother, who is one who has summoned all of us here today, the Honorable Commissioner for Health for Lagos State. All members of the Lagos State Cabinet here present, our partners, WHO, World Bank, distinguished stakeholders in the health sector, gentlemen of the press. Because of time, let me say all protocols to be extended. We cannot keep the governor for malaria alone. He has to attend to water, to road, to several other things. So I will shorten my speech, but I must say that today I'm wearing two caps. You may not see it physically. Standing in for myself, and also standing in for my brother, the coordinating minister for health and social welfare, Professor Pate, who is unable to attend because of other assignments. I am most delighted to be at this auspicious occasion of the launch of the Pathway to Malaria Pre-Elimination and Digitization Program in the Center of Excellence, Lagos State, led by His Excellency, the Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu. I recall that Lagos State pioneered intensive malaria case management in the early 2000s through the Eco-Free Malaria Initiative, under the leadership of now our President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the then Governor. I am most delighted to be here today to be part of another pioneering initiative now under Governor Babatunde Sanwo-Olu as Lagos State takes the lead in the agenda to end malaria by 2030. Your Excellency, the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare is elated with this giant stride, which aims to improve malaria diagnosis, case management, and accurate tracking of cases through the integration of digital health solutions in the form of real-time electronic reporting systems, all targeted at further reduction in the burden of malaria and its eventual elimination from our land. This momentous project will not only set a track for malaria pre-elimination in Lagos State, but in Nigeria at large, thereby once again making Lagos State a trailblazer. I want to emphasize that this project is in line with the Renewed Hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the renewed vigor for the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare on the Rethinking Malaria concept that was launched in April 2024 and is aimed at fast-tracking the malaria elimination goal through strategic shifts. We have continued to make progress in this regard, and the inauguration of the advisory on malaria elimination in Nigeria, AMEN, the development of pragmatic costed plan of action, the expansion of permanent healthcare facilities, training of frontline health workers, and the initiation of domestication of affordable medicine facility for malaria to make malaria treatment more affordable are all testament to the progress we are making. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry is taking these steps in order to reverse the undesirable trend of being the highest burden malaria endemic country globally, accounting for 37% and 31% of cases and deaths respectively. I am confident that the Lagos State possesses the needed attributes that can help drive Nigeria to malaria elimination through such case-setting initiatives like this program. Furthermore, Lagos has been consistently the lowest malaria prevalence state in Nigeria, as evident from all the malaria indicator survey conducted in the country, with the most recent result in 2021 showing 2% prevalence, hence indicating a tendency of attaining pre-elimination when concerted and consolidated efforts are put in place. I wish to report that the challenge of let me use this opportunity to call on all stakeholders not to relent on their support towards this impactful intervention, which will contribute significantly to the drive at eliminating malaria from the world. Nigeria is ever committed to this drive and we will continue to toe the path of global best practices. I wish to assure all Nigerians and our partners that the change in the policy of the United States government with respect to global health funding will not adversely affect our malaria elimination programs and other public health initiatives, as President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR has approved a robust mechanism to ensure adequate and cost-effective funding for our public health programs. I call on all state governments to join hands with the federal government to ensure that our country becomes self-sustaining in the funding of our public health programs. Before I end this address, let me commend once again and appreciate His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, and his health team, led by Professor Akin Abayomi, for initiating and executing this laudable innovative project. I wish to also sincerely appreciate all the partners, World Bank, WHO, all the implementers, especially for providing the needed human resources, technical support, and the funding for the implementation of this initiative. I wish all of us a successful launch of this impactful project as a springboard for the elimination of malaria from our country. Thank you, and God bless the federal government.
Distinguished invited guests, Your Excellencies, Honorable Minister of State, have your results. Pleased to say that Honorable Minister of State, we will not be confining you in a bed in Lagos. Your result is negative. Indeed, when patients go to clinics and the doctors tell you that they've performed a test, it is your responsibility as a patient to see the test. Please ask for the test and take a picture of it and have a record on your phone. My governor, the Excellency of Lagos State, I'm pleased to tell you that you may continue with your duties.
Congratulations, sir.
Your test is negative, in line with the low prevalence of malaria in Lagos as well. Chart a course to pre-elimination. Thank you very much for your support, both the Honorable Minister and our Governor and members of the Lagos State Executive Council. Mr. Governor, if you would like to approach the podium to give your keynote and to launch a pathway to malaria elimination in Lagos.
A practitioner himself and a strong politician, Dr.
Dr. Isiaka Souq. Thank you very much for finding out. Members of the Executive Council, especially Professor Akin Abayomi, and Special Advisor on Health. Thank you very much. Other cabinet members, all the permanent secretaries in the health ministry, there are several of you that are here. Thank you very much for taking out time. The country director for the World Bank, Dr. Diop, the country representative for the WHO, Dr. Walter, all of our partners that are here, MyShamed, Impact, SFH, the National Malaria Organization, our friends from our neighboring state, the Honorable Commissioner for Health in Ogun State, thank you. All of our health practitioners and stakeholders that are here, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. When you are asked to come forward and conduct a test that you did not prior psych yourself for, what will happen is you quickly raise, your brain will raise back and say, have I been feeling unwell? What is going to happen? It just brought us back 5 years during COVID, and they said that they're going to do a COVID test. It was like, the heart was going to open and you don't know what will be the outcome. But you see, it's an important activity that we need to continue to subject ourselves to. You might think it's a simple thing, but it's so important. And that ability for you to come forward, if it has turned positive, what it will have just meant is that we need to make a treatment. It's not a death penalty, but it's really just for all of us to know that we need to do this thing and we need to be able to come forward transparently at all times and let us end all of these things that we don't want again in our sight. Thank you very much. And so it's an honor that I stand before all of you in this room are very strategic to launch the first in the country, another Lagos first, the pathway to malaria pre-elimination and digitalization program. We're here to affirm our commitment to safeguarding lives and the livelihood of every Lagosian. Malaria is more than a disease. It's a socio-economic burden that has held back individuals, it has held back families and communities for such a long time. It robs us of our productivity, it drains us of our household incomes. And for many households in Lagos, especially those modest earners, malaria, the name it alone brings shivers. It reduces their earning and reduces their ability to continue to earn more for their family. And so this financial strain often affects families and a lot of times causes heartbreaks and the rest of it. But we're here to put a stop or to even bring a voice to the step at which we want to eliminate that completely. It has affected school children from going to school, it has affected businesses, it has seen a whole lot of absenteeism and a lot of challenges in our society for several decades. But today, we have to change all of that narrative. The eradication of malaria is not just a good health news, it is indeed an economic imperative. It's a good news that all of us must beat our chest and be able to carry, if there's a pin, that we need to have, a pre-elimination, the campaign for it, we need to have it and we need to be able to dot it everywhere. We know from statistics how much malaria has cost our GDP, billions and billions of dollars. Imagine what Lagos could achieve with a lot of resources if we're able to eliminate all of this. We no longer have to choose between survival and opportunity. Imagine a Lagos where every child can attend school uninterrupted because of ill health, or an adult can contribute fully to the economy. And one thing that is instructive was the demonstration of the slides by Professor Akiambam, and I saw others as well. I can see that Prof already has a side job in animation and cartooning. He's it's a job that they can conveniently retire into. And the narratives were very clear. But the message was very, very transparently done. And all of us, in one form or the other, are guilty of this. You feel unwell, you think you have a fever, the next thing is you are diagnosing yourself with malaria. Very easy. Just give me injection. Just give me this tablet. I know what it is. We are all, self-diagnosing ourselves and self-telling ourselves that that is what it can only be and that is what it is. So just give us. But we can see that with knowledge and with communication, a lot of all of those negative things, you can rewrite them. And so this program represents a hope rooted on innovation, collaboration, and determination by leveraging digital tools that will ensure that every malaria case is tracked in real time. This is digital. Long are those days when you need to take a whole full blood from your body to just do a simple malaria test. I was asking for my bottle of Mortina because those days when they take your blood test, you must replenish it with a bottle of Mortina. But you can see that with just a small prick, and in no time, you can actually, that's what digital life, has done. And so it has helped us by strengthening partnership with the private sector. We will expand access for quality care. It will help communities to have the knowledge and resource. It will build a culture of preventing that leaves no one behind. And that's a message we need to come out of from here. All of us sitting in this room must immediately turn ourselves into an advocate, into a cheerleader to be able to carry this message forward, to be able to tell everybody that needs to know. Go into our communities, pass on this message that this pre-elimination launch program has started, and it's for all of us to see it, to buy into it, and to work with it. The benefit of eradicating malaria goes beyond just health. In malaria-free Lagos, and indeed in future, malaria-free Nigeria is achievable in our time. And we've all put our minds to it, something that could be done. We believe that if we can eliminate it, it will increase productivity, it will improve educational outcomes for our children, it will reduce considerably our health costs. It would also enhance quality of life. All of these points speaks to a better livability standards in all indices. And so this vision, though ambitious, I believe is achievable. It requires, therefore, all of us, government agencies, healthcare practitioners, healthcare providers, community leaders, development partners, and indeed all citizens to work together with an unwavering resolve. Success will not come overnight, but will be sustained effort and collaborative action. We will prevail. You saw the slides that a farmer and the lady on malaria and the lady on immunization. You saw the statistics between January and February, what the run rate should be. Yes, we will say that, this is just March, but we need to look to double those numbers. We need to push those numbers to be able to achieve the 2025 target. We need to be able to push and achieve, because there's no magic to it. If your target is 2 million, and at the end of February, we are still doing less than 200,000. You are doing far, far less. So you need to double, your spike shoots. You need to work harder, twice as as much for you to achieve the 2025 record. And Doctor told us, Prof told us from WHO that it's 2025. They are going to close the envelope. Hello? Yes, they said they are going to close it. And there's a 20, where is it? I thought it was. They're going to close it. Our target is that we have to take that $20 million. We have to do everything to make sure that we take we'll meet the criteria very, very quickly. Because if it's something that we've all said we want to do, then everybody must be on the same page. I want to commend the farmer and all the ladies that came forward transparently to show us those data. And what we need to do is we don't need to wait in October before we now cry. We need to be able to track this thing on a month-on-month basis. So I want to thank all of you. I want to thank our partners, the World Health Organization, the World Bank, the National Malaria Elimination Program, Our community pharmacists are here. All of our pharmaceutical associations are here. Thank you very much. Our various private and public hospitals, and all of you that are here for your valuable support and making this initiative positive. Of course, permit me to thank in absentia our very hardworking Honorable Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Al-Pate. Our best regards and best wishes to him. We know all of the things that he has brought about in his tenure as the Honorable Minister of Health. We wish him well. We are also tracking and monitoring, all of his deliverables so that we can say at the end of the day, in your time, you did all of this. And to also thank the Honorable Minister of State for cooperating and operations with the Honorable Minister. We believe that if you do all of these things and you do them well, your time, your time in that ministry will be written in gold, and Nigerians will forever be grateful because we know that you are pushing everything to ensure that we save over 1 million lives, and you're doing so many things, so many big health initiatives. I want to wish you well. To Dr. Diop, our country director for the World Bank, thank you for your invaluable support at all times, funding your technical assistance. We believe it will continue to catalyze our health initiative. To our country director on the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Mr. Uche, whose organization's investment has been pivotal to malaria control. We say a big thank you. Dr. Walter, our WHO country representative, we believe that your expertise and your advocacy capacity has helped us to push this forward. Thank you very, very much. To all of our partners, Marshall who I met last week, I did promise, I said I'll be here in person. And to all of our other partners, please, let's see this as a start work. It's only when we achieve what we have set for ourselves that we have done the job. They don't pay people for attempts, they pay people for results. And it's the result that is important. It's the result that takes us to that final breaking point in which we all can say that, yes, we've done our best, we've contributed what we needed, and we've seen the results. I believe that we have everything to make it work. We believe we have all it takes to eliminate malaria completely in Lagos State. I want to congratulate our own Ministry of Health. Congratulating ourselves is telling you that you have a lot more to do, Prof, and all of you. But I will be watching, and I will do everything to continue to encourage you. And as a demonstration of that encouragement, I was whispering to Prof that I will also do something different. I will be promoting Dr. Idowu as the permanent secretary. You don't know what you've done. By clapping means that she's going to work twice as much. All the very good hard work she's doing. To my fellow Lagosians, fight belongs to each of us. Let us embrace a preventive measure like eliminating mosquitoes, adapt, test before treatment. And I think that is the message we need to take away. All of our pharmaceutical establishments ensure that we can pass this message. Test before treatment. It is so important that we do not just take this for granted. Let us ensure that we can take this advocacy into our communities, into our nooks and crannies, and show really that once we have started this campaign in Lagos, we will go around every part of the city. We can rewrite the history of malaria in Lagos, and it is in our hand. It's all of us in this room that can help. I want to wish you all the very best, and I believe that when we work together, there's absolutely nothing that we cannot achieve together. Thank you very much.
Mr. Governor, sir, may I plead your indulgence, Councillor President?
When we were doing interview, she thought I really didn't like her. She was frowning her face one day. She was doing her eye and her eye. this pre-examination launch of malaria from Lagos State. Pathway to Malaria Pre-Admission and Sterilization Program in Lagos. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Governor, sir, may I crave your indulgence to quickly invite this Honorable Commissioner for Health, Special Advisor on Health and Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, to join you for the first photo op.
And as soon as we are done, also we are inviting all the permanent secretaries in Lagos State to join the executive governor, actors from the Federal Ministry of Health, all the directors that have accompanied the Minister of State for Health, all the directors in the Federal Ministry.
Some people hear the sound of wood being cut and they think stress, dust, wahala. They say, I beg, who won't suffer with saw and hammer? To them, woodworking is messy, tiring, and just not worth the trouble. But others, they see something else. They see polished tables, handcrafted shelves, stylish stools. They see beauty, value, and serious money. Because yes, cutting wood may be tough, but the hustle can turn into pure profit. My name is Grace Komolafe. Welcome to Cash Craft, where we show you how every skills can become money-making ventures. Today, we are talking woodworking, from basic tools to beautiful designs, and how to turn timber into treasure. Now, let's cut into it. Step 1, pick your project. Before you saw your first board, ask yourself, what do you want to build? Furniture, shelves, decorative wall panels, or maybe customized kitchen boards. Start small. A simple stool or bookshelf can teach you the basics and still fetch good money. Let's move to step 2. Tools, timber, and a plan. You don't need a massive workshop to start. Basic tools like a measuring tape, hand saw, drill, clamps, and sandpaper will do. Choose durable wood like teak, mahogany, or poplar for long-lasting products. And don't forget the blueprint. Sketch a project or download free woodworking plans online. A clear-cut list saves you time, wood, and costly mistakes. Let's move to step 3. Cut, build, finish. Measure twice, cut once. That's the golden rule. Then assemble carefully. Use wood glue and screws for strong joints. Once it's built, sand smooth and apply a finished varnish wax or paint to protect and beautify. That rustic table or wine rack, it just went from workshop to showroom. Let's move ahead. Step 4. Sell like a pro. Now the magic part is turning your craft into cash. Who is your customer? Young couples, urban decorators, cafe owners. They love custom, handmade, and unique. Use social media to showcase your work. Instagram, Pinterest, and all of that are gold mines for visibility. You can add pricing, yes, delivery info, and behind-the-scene videos. Look, that's a great catch. You need to let people see your videos where you are doing your work uniquely. That's an addition and validation. Now, want more reach? Yes, attend fairs, pop-up shops, or sell via platforms that you know. A whole lot of them are out there. Let's move to step 5. Stand out to scale. Offer engraving, custom size, or eco-friendly finishes. Don't just sell a table. Sell a story. Yes, you can see the emphasis. Sell a story. Handcrafted in Ibadan or upcycled from reclaimed wood. People pay more when the product means more. Network with interior decorators, real estate agents, and even planners. Your one shelf may become a hotel's full order. But of course, no business is all smooth wood. Power issues could happen, tool costs, and inconsistent wood supply can slow you down. Still, with skills, strategy, and smart marketing, woodworking can take you from small workshop to a big warehouse. So here is your takeaway. And don't forget to do your proper research, because this is only a heads up, a wake-up call that you can do it. Woodworking is not just craftsmanship, it's cashmanship. It's a business of creativity, precision, and pride. Whether you are making one stool a week or outfitting full apartments, this is a hustle that builds literally. This has been Cashcraft, and I am Grace Komolafe, reminding you that if life gives you timber, turn it into treasure. Until next time, build bold, build smart.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.